Good morning, good morning, good morning, y'all. How are you doing? Good morning, Trey.
Good morning with your nasty self, Dr. Truth.
Dr. Truth.
Good morning, Grace.
Happy good morning.
Trey.
Thank you. Doctor? You say
Dr. Truth.
Dr. Truth, thank you.
Yeah, she was stinky last night.
Yeah.
I'm stinky.
I got blamed for her tummy ache. She said I give her too many foods, even though she asked for them all.
Daddy, I didn't ask.
Yeah, you are to blame.
Food.
You are to blame.
Give me.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Let me see who I got in here. Good morning, Evil. Good morning, Miss Margie. Good morning, Leah. Miss Janice. Hey, Miss Shirley. Hey, Miss Lynn. Hey, Avila. Hey, Fun Baby. Hey,
Hey,
Shay.
Hey, Pennywise.
Hey, Coco Cabana. There you go. Wise. There you go.
Yeah, I changed the title of my show, Truth, because yeah, I just changed it.
I saw this shit, Troy. I don't even know what to talk. That was not
It
me.
was, it was Sillis. Sillis was in the comments egging me on, so I changed it.
I was okay. That was not me in that live last night. I was
And somebody said you really were doing something when you had said we was praying. You had really disappeared. So you got to review the footage.
who got to review the foot? What foot? Somebody in the chat.
Not in the chat. Yeah, in the chat.
They was saying that in the chat. Who said it, Trey? Who said
I ain't telling.
it? That was none of me though. I was hacked. That was not me. I don't talk like that. I gotta go back and see what happened because I don't even know. She doing something about being treated unfairly by the state. Who got treated unfairly by the state? Last night live was funny fun. Oh, wasn't Leah? I wasn't there. I was asleep. I was asleep. Hey, did you who is that?
Got to see for the
Two cigars and some Hennessy.
Guess who that is?
Who is that?
Look at the eyebrows.
That woman?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I got my toy car. It's real now.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm still driving. Still fake.
Listen.
I put the dial in. And it did that like my tablet. One thing. The tablet.
You done?
No. What that?
We don't know what that is. We trying to figure it out. That's Pennywise acting a fool.
Fun baby, don't doubt me, Fun baby. You know that was not me. I was sleeping. I was hacked, girl. I was hacked.
I woke up long enough to change my background. Went right back to sleep.
Yeah, because somebody had said you was asleep. Somebody said he was sleeping. Then somebody said, no, he ain't sleep. He just changed it. He just changed the avatar. But you never said anything.
I went right back to sleep.
That what you call messy. You wake up just to change the avatar, then go right back to sleep. Henry wrote a letter to the judge yesterday that he was treated unfair. Where you saw that? I better send that to me. Send that to me. Y'all can't be giving me this tea and don't send it to me. At a conference, I catch the replay too. Putting up last night. Everyone go, check out the truth. It broke. He broke. Oh Lord, I really, and so was the team. Come on, Strongberry. Send that to me, I want to see that. All right, y'all, we're gonna get back to it. Y'all know we ended yesterday with them about they was about to play the interrogation. Like I said, most of us have seen it, but we're gonna watch it again. Good morning, B Sugar. Good to see you, sweetie. Thank everybody for being in the chat. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. I don't know who was on one shade, wasn't me, because I was asleep. Me and D Truth was asleep. D Truth fell asleep on live. D Truth was tired. Yep. All right, y'all, let's get into it. Here we go.
Your Honor, this is about an hour long.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, if the witness wants.
Let me change the speed. Hey, fun baby.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm wonderful. Good afternoon, panel, chat, everybody.
Not everybody. Hey, man, Ann. Whose picture's there in the photo? That's that lady. I can't remember that lady name. That's the true friend. That's the true friend.
You know you're wrong for that, right? Because she's your friend now.
Well, she's not my friend. I don't want it. Send back to Cinder. Back to Cinder. Back to Cinder. Back to you. Well, how your day going, sweet? I know it's still kind of early.
Busy actually. I was busy earlier. I'm just trying to take a breather for a minute.
I know that's right. Hey, ask questions. Good to see you. I
Do
listen.
you need me to tell you when the minute's up?
What minute?
Well, she said she's only going to be here a breather for a minute. I was gonna,
Leave fun alone. Good morning, Miss Donna. Will
I was
you
gonna,
leave fun alone?
I was gonna
Why
set
you coming up here messing with fun?
I was gonna set my time. I don't want her to be late.
Thank you, Avila. Thank you so much for that.
True, continue with the commentary, please.
Okay, no problem. No problem. No problem.
Thank you.
You welcome.
Wants to step down since it's an hour long. I have no problem with that. So I'm fine with that also.
Okay, I'm fine with that too.
Just sit. I mean, sit.
Detective Obert,
I bet you any amount of money he's calling his girlfriend.
What's up, dog? You see your phone? No, I'm calling office. Yeah, I'm down. Okay.
See you now.
Hello? Okay, taking you so long to answer my phone call and text messages. Well, I didn't see your phone call. I just answered it just now, did I? Okay, you're at the police station? Yes, sir. I'm right here right now. All right. Do you have any info for us? What type of info? Like what? Like what?
Tell them that, hey,
Yeah, he's in the interview room right now.
hey, we're in an interview with them. We got it.
Okay.
Your phone's gonna be sitting right here, okay?
Okay.
Henry?
Hey, what's up?
Glad you're able to make it down.
I was gonna come down, man.
It just makes it easier. We just want to make contact with you right away.
But I was right there with the officer when I called.
Yeah, but then you left.
Because she left and it was Aisha, and it made me mad because she was, basically blaming it all on me. But
First, let's just start with your
my name,
yeah,
Henry Jenkins.
HENRY.
Yes, sir.
And then can you spell your last name for me?
K-I-N-K-I-N-S.
I'm gonna quiet this so you don't have to. We don't have to get distracted here. There we go. Middle initial.
E.
Date of birth.
August 2nd, 72.
Good phone number for you.
I don't know the number. It's out there. But
Okay. And then the address is your address up there.
No, I live in my mobile.
And where's that?
I don't know the address. I just know it's right there by Nestle Paredes. Right there. Right there. That's
what is it?
It's a mobile home.
Mobile home. And is it on Schmidt Road?
Yes, yes.
And what does it look like?
It's all white. It's got King Highway on it.
King Highway?
Yeah.
And say if I were to go on Rockingham.
All you gotta do is go down, you'll see them
on Schmidt, take a left on Schmidt Road.
Take the Schmidt Road, go down, and you'll see like the back of the trailers. You will see them. And then
like the semi-trailers?
Semi-trailers, yeah. And then you pull into there and you'll see it right there.
Okay. Oh wait, and then it says what on it?
King's Highway.
And that's where you stay?
Yes.
Is there an address associated with it?
I don't know the address, you know what I mean? But there's a name. It was asking me and I told him I didn't know it.
Okay. And so do you have agreement with that building?
Yes.
To have your mobile home there? Okay. Yes. All right. And where do you work at?
I don't work right now.
Okay.
I was working at Willing Precision Steel.
Okay.
But I was waiting until after the corona stuff was over with.
Okay. And you are currently dating?
I mean, she's like a close friend.
Okay.
You know, but you know, we close. You know what I'm saying?
How long have you guys been friends for?
A few years.
A few years.
Yes, sir.
And what's her name?
Andrea Culberson.
And did you drive her car here, or
I'm gonna leave that blank.
what do you mean? Well,
I mean,
I get it.
Yeah.
I kind of get what you're going at. But is her car parked up front?
No.
No. Where's her Impala at?
Her Impala's with my homie right now, so
Where at?
they moving around in it.
Who's moving around in it?
My homies.
Who's that?
Lil Vince.
What's his real name?
Vince.
Oh, okay. Vince what?
Harris.
And they're riding around in it
Until I call him.
Okay. And anyone else with Vince looking for it?
No.
Do you have a phone number for Vince?
No, I don't.
Okay. Just so I can confirm with him that's what's going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this is crazy, man.
Okay.
Yesterday.
Or did you have the kids prior to that? Well,
No, yesterday, Lil Dink wanted to come with me.
Okay.
True.
Your son.
And
that's
Aisha.
Aisha. And Detroit's last name is?
I don't know what last name.
True.
Yes.
If you don't have this Vince number, then how are you going to call him to tell him to bring your car back to you?
How do you get your car to somebody whose number you don't have? Make that make sense.
Because it's around the corner, parked.
Exactly. Talking about why he lied. See, now we know the lies, y'all. We know the lies because we've been listening to testimony. So is that lie number one, saying that it's free and it's driving his car? Right?
No, that's actually lie number two. He says he lives in his RV.
Oh yeah.
No, that's actually lie number 3 because he said he don't know his fucking phone number. Should we keep going?
Right.
This dude don't know shit.
Of course he don't know shit. He don't want them to.
Well, he's only saying he lives in the RV because he knows that he did not change the address. They haven't got to I don't think they've acknowledged that he's a sex offender yet.
Yeah, he know he ain't registered.
Yeah, I think
that woman's house.
Yeah, I think they're keeping that in their pocket for right now, but they know who he is.
Hey,
they didn't already looked him up by now.
Oh, yeah, they ran his name. They ran his name like ASAP before he got there.
Oh yeah, that's why but I understand something. That's why the police have changed their attitude towards him.
Uh-huh.
After the initial encounter on the body cam, they changed their whole persona about him. That cop kept calling him back to back to back. Where you at? And then what do you mean? Is there any new information? What information?
Right.
You know,
you heard how the cop was talking to him on the phone, and then the other.
Yeah. So and that other cop is like, hey, you know what? And he grabbed his phone and said, you know what? We're about to start this interview. And he put your phone over here.
I mean, line number 4. Oh, me and Andrew just good friends,
Yeah.
But all your clothes, you got a whole closet dedicated to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they know as soon as because the first thing they're gonna ask the people that search the RV, Anybody live there? No, this thing's not hooked up to water. There, there's no gas.
That's where he do his dirty.
Yeah,
That was
he ain't living here.
right. You know that woman.
Okay. How do you spell his first name?
Detorious.
And then you have
Mosley. Yeah,
Notorious Mosley. And his mother is Aisha Langford.
Aisha Langford.
Okay. And then do you have any other biological?
No, I
Since how old was she?
my baby.
Okay. And so you raised her with Aisha?
Yes.
How long were you and Aisha together for?
Like 2 years.
So how long? So
We've been friends all the way up to now.
Okay. And how long ago did you guys break up? Break it off?
It's like 6 years ago. I'm only guessing it. I'm not.
Yeah, approximate though.
Right.
So Notorious Breasia are kind of what you consider your kids. Is that fair to say?
They're my kids.
Okay. And so did you pick them up yesterday, or when did you pick them up from Aisha? Or
Me and I'm trying to stay cool right now. Me and Aisha, I had seen them, and they said they wanted to come and spend time with me.
What do you mean
Yesterday.
Yeah, okay. And where at?
I don't even remember. But they wanted to spend time with me. And, you know me, I'm like, yeah, y'all can spend time. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. It's just like crazy. This is crazy.
So, what time did you see them yesterday?
I don't even remember.
Was it early in the morning, late in the evening?
It was probably around in the afternoon sometime.
And this was at Aisha's house?
I don't remember. I picked them up at Aisha.
You don't remember shit. You don't remember nothing. And see, this is the thing. What these stupid dummies don't realize, because they are dummies, because they think they're going to get away with some shit. He ain't even got to be doing this interview. They're getting these interviews or these interrogations from how I see it. And they talk, and then they fuck themselves up. Because, to be honest, he didn't even have to do this. He fucked his own self. They probably was going to arrest him anyway, but he really didn't have to talk.
He should have asked for a lawyer right off.
He should have, because he should know by now. Well, since he think he got all the sense, maybe he don't know that they pretty much done. Like I said, like D2 said, and like I thought too, they suspected him from day one.
Yeah.
You don't remember what? You don't remember where you saw the kids. You don't remember what time you picked them up. You don't remember shit, nothing. Mm-hmm.
Then you leave when the police is there about to search the house, and you cut out.
Exactly.
For what, 3-4 hours?
His answer to that was she took off, and that made me mad.
Child.
From Aisha's mom's house at approximately what time?
I don't remember what time, sir.
Like evening, what time of day?
Well, I think it was around the evening time.
Evening time? So you picked them up from Aisha, and what car were you in when you picked them up?
I don't know. I think it was the Impala. I don't know. I don't remember. It probably was the red. I don't know.
Okay. And then, so you pick them up, bring them back here. Well, bring them back up. Do you take them straight to your mobile home? Or
no.
What you guys do? Just run me through your day.
We went to my cousin's house. We went down to my cousin's house. And they played with my little cousins. And they wanted to go.
What cousin's house was that?
That Vince.
Oh, Vince, okay. And where's he live?
On Taylor.
Wait, now Vince is his cousin.
Between 5th and 6th.
You know the exact address or no?
What did you?
Now Vince is his cousin, but he doesn't know.
I thought it was the homeboy.
Now Vince is his cousin.
You know how you tell so many damn lies you can't keep up with them?
Can't keep up with them.
Can't keep up with them.
You don't have your cousin's phone number? Well, how did you call him when you to bring the kids over?
He just shitting out lies.
And you know, listening to this the first time, we know all these lies he was telling. Hindsight is 2020. Yep.
But I guess they wanted to go to the house, so we went to the house. They started playing the games at the house, and then they took their showers, and then they got into bed. You know, me and Andrew laid down. I got up, I left, came back.
What time did you leave around?
I don't even remember, sir.
I mean, and what the sleeping arrangements? How is that? Like, who sleeps where in the house? And
I mean, the kids were in Andrew's room.
Okay.
Me and Andrew was sitting out in the living room.
Okay.
We was in the living room, and I had left and came back. And then when I left, I think I went down to Little Ben's house, but nobody was there. And when I came back, you know, I did a little look around. I didn't see Bree. No, that wasn't that time. I don't remember. No, that's a lie. That's a bald-faced lie. It wasn't even at that time.
Wait a minute, he said
I
he
never
woke
looked at the time,
up
so
and
I mean,
she
we
was
confused with the time. But
Is he trying to say the 3 a.m.?
I'm gonna take that back because I want to hear that again. I want to hear that again.
gone. Listen to it.
Though. So Notorious Breasia are kind of what you consider your kids. Is that fair to say?
They're my kids.
Okay. And so did you pick them up yesterday, or when did you pick them up from Aisha, or how did that exchange go?
Me and I'm trying to stay cool right now. Me and Aisha, I had seen them, and they said they wanted to come and spend time with me.
What do you mean
Yesterday.
Okay. And where at?
I don't even remember. But they wanted to spend time with me. And, you know me, I'm like, yeah, y'all can spend time. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. It's just like crazy. This is crazy.
So what time did you see them yesterday?
I don't even remember.
Was it early in the morning, late in the evening?
It was probably around in the afternoon sometime.
And this was at Aisha's house?
I don't remember where we was talking, but I picked them up at Aisha's mom's house.
Picked them up from Aisha's mom's house at approximately what
I
time?
don't remember what time, sir.
Like evening, what time of day?
Well, I think it was around the evening time.
Evening time. So you picked them up from Aisha, and what car were you in when you picked them up?
I don't know.
Okay. And then, so you pick them up, bring them back here, or bring back up. Do you take them straight to your mobile home, or
no? We
just run me through your day.
We went to my cousin's house. We went down to my cousin's house, and they played with my little cousins, and they wanted to go.
What cousin's house was that?
At Vince.
Oh, Vince. Okay. And where's he live?
On Taylor.
Taylor and what?
Between 6 and 6.
You know the exact address or no?
No.
Okay.
But I guess they wanted to go to the house, so we went to the house. They started playing the games at the house, and then they took their showers, and then they got into bed. You know, me and Andrew laid down. I got up, I left, came back.
What time did you leave around?
I don't even remember, sir.
I mean, and what the sleeping arrangements? How is that? Like, who sleeps where in the house? And
I mean, the kids were in Andrew's room.
Okay.
Me and Andrew was sitting out in the living room.
Okay.
We was in the living room, and I had left and came back. And then when I left, I think I went down to Little Ben's house, but nobody was there. And when I came back, you know, I did a little look around. I didn't see Bree. No, that wasn't that time. I don't remember. No, that's a lie. That's a bald-faced lie. It wasn't even at that time.
What time did it say?
He didn't specifically say a time. He just kept saying, I left and then I came back. So I guess he's trying to say he left out and then came back, but he really doesn't want to talk about that 3 a.m. because then he verified. See, I don't think he wants to tell him that he left and came, because now
that is the truth. He did leave, but what he left out, he left with Bree.
Yes. Right. So he doesn't want to establish that he did leave.
Right.
If his girlfriend says, well, he left out with her. Well, you said you did leave the house, but you left out the part where you brought Bree with you.
That's why he said, "Oh no, I take that back. That's a lie." Wait a minute.
Take that back. I take that back.
This
That's
is
a lie.
crazy. This is crazy.
Child. My God, today.
I don't ever look at the time. So, I mean, I'm really confused with the time. But I know when I went and looked for Bree, so I only seen Lil Dink in the bed. Okay. And I left. So I went, like, moving around. And I
left the apartment?
Like the apartment, yeah. And went, like, out and about, you know, where she was living. And out there in, I don't know the apartment buildings out there. I don't know.
But you're...
See, one of the tactics during interview when you got someone that you think is holding stuff, you leave and then you come back.
And watch them. Yeah.
You leave and then you watch them, but you're making them think that the other police officers are telling you something. So now he's wondering, would they call it? Because they knocked on the door. He comes out.
He wondering what they're telling them too.
Yeah. Yeah, he's wondering. So he's trying to think in his mind, okay, what do I say?
So, just so I can get this straight. So, you pick him up from Aisha's. You go to Vince's house.
Right.
They play with the kids. Then you head up to Andrea's house. Okay. Did you go to your trailer at all?
No.
Okay. And then so you guys go there. You said the kids shower and they get ready for bed, and they sleep in Andrea's room.
Right.
In the same bed together.
Yes.
And then you and Andrea in the living room. And then at one point you leave in the night. How many hours do you think it was between when you first got there and then you left the apartment?
Probably like about 3, 4 hours.
Okay.
Around figure.
And so then you leave, but is everyone still in those same like kind of areas when you leave?
No, when I was there.
When you left?
Yeah, when I left, ain't nobody came out of no room.
Yeah, everybody
was still, situated. Notorious was before I left, Notorious was still playing the game, and I went in there and he said he was done playing the game, so I turned the TV off and he went to sleep. And then, I went in the living room, sat around for a while, bored, left, came back.
How long were you gone for?
I don't know, probably 45 minutes to an hour, 30 minutes, I don't know, somewhere around there.
Okay, and then you come back, and then kind of what do you do when you get back? Nothing. Did you just go to bed, or
no? I wasn't in the living room. I was in the living room. I wasn't even tired. Yeah. But I got period when I was there, I periodically checked them and make sure they was good in there, because we had the air conditioner on, so I had to unplug it because it gets too cold.
Okay.
So I pretty much, like I said, when I realized that, and it's kind of odd because I never known Bree to ever leave, ever. Never, ever leave. It was just odd, you know what I mean? And when I realized it, like I said, I went looking around, then when I came back, Andrea was up. She like, what's wrong? I'm like, man, something ain't right, I was freaking out a little bit. So she like, I'm like, man, I'll talk to you in a minute. Let me figure this shit out. And because I didn't want her stressing, So, and then when I came back, I grabbed Dink, and I'm like, man, he like, Dad, where is Bree? I said, I don't know. He's like, and then we rolled around, and then I texted his mom. When I texted his mom, she was at work, and she was like, hey, Bree's missing. She's like, well, stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. And I'm like, man, no, I'm not playing. I'm for real. And she was like, stop playing with me. I said, look, man, I'm not playing. So I gave Dink the phone. Dink told her, like, Mom, we don't know where she at. So then he handed me the phone back, and I'm like, I got to talk to him. Like, man, your mom mad at me. He said, Dad, I don't understand why Mom mad at you. You haven't done nothing. I'm like, I mean, but I'm still responsible. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, don't know what to say or do.
Right.
So
Can't
then
even get the shit out right.
Me and her met up.
Listen at the labor breathing. That man sitting there
Right,
in
but
front of him. No, he's
did you
guilty.
catch it at first when he asked him, how long have you been gone? He was like 3-4 hours, about 3-4 hours. Then he asked him that same question. Then he said 45 minutes to an hour.
No, he went out he went out a second time, he said. He said he went out a second time. Yes, he said, I went out a second time. And how long were you gone then? Oh, probably about 45 minutes, maybe an hour.
Okay, so he's half telling the truth, but he's just leaving out.
Yeah, he's just leaving out because remember, he left with Bree. He doesn't come back with Bree. He goes in the closet, gets something, and then leaves.
No. He does come back with Bree because Andrea saw her standing by the car. Remember, when he came back a little after 3 o'clock to retrieve whatever it was in that closet, which we all know what it was. Remember, Andrea said she saw Bree standing by the car. When he came back the second time to get the little boy, Bree was not with him. Remember?
Yeah. Listen. So no. Listen. Okay, this is the thing. The lady woke up. We're not there. He comes back, and Bree is standing outside at the car. He comes in the house and retrieves something. Then he leaves again. So that's leaving number 2. And he comes back without Bree and get the baby. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Because remember, she woke up around 3 o'clock in the morning to go use the bathroom.
And they were not there, but
they were not there. And shortly after that, probably about 15, 20, because it was before 3:30, he came in.
Right. Gotcha. Because I was sitting there thinking 3 times, but it was 2.
And she was like,
you and Aisha met up or at
Burger King.
Okay.
And Aisha was like really upset. And I said, I understand how you coming. I feel what you're saying right now, but you stressing out right now. It's not going to help us out right now. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. We have to figure this shit out, So I was like, well, you're responsible, and it made me feel so fucking bad because, I am responsible. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But I just, like I said, I was like lost. Didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to say to her. I was lost for words. I couldn't even talk to her really. And she was yelling and screaming. And then she said, I'm gonna call somebody to come out there to Andrea's apartment. I said, okay. You know what I'm saying? So we went out there. When the dude approached, you know what I'm saying?
The dude as in?
The officer.
Okay. Man. So did you call 911?
No, she did. I told her I was gonna go to the police station at first. She said, no, let's go to the apartment. You know what I'm saying? So I said, well, we can call at the apartment. You know what I'm saying? And Aisha was like, the first time I'm thinking like, she ain't really missing. You know what I mean? Something, you know what I'm saying? Maybe something, I don't know. But once it really set in that ain't nobody find her, that's when it hit me. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's listening. You know what I mean?
So did you call 911 or did
Aisha did?
Okay, you didn't call 911.
No, because
and Aisha called with her own phone?
I'm not for sure. So I don't know.
Did Aisha ever have your phone?
I called Aisha first because I was really.
But did Aisha ever have? Track here a little bit. So do you remember at what point, or approximately what point in the night you realized Bree was gone?
I don't remember what time it was.
So were you sitting around and then kind of like run me through again of when you noticed she was gone?
Like when I came back the second time,
after being gone for like 45 minutes.
Yeah, I did like a little check, and and she wasn't there.
She wasn't there. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So.
And you don't know what time you got back?
Roughly. I don't. Gotcha. I don't remember. And I was like, I was scared at you know what I'm saying? Like, like, wow, what the fuck's going on? You know what I mean? But I didn't think it was like this serious. You know what I'm saying? I really was like confused.
Okay. And so you get back, and then can we put a time frame in between at least? Like, are we talking like 10 to 11 at night? Or are we talking like
after hours? It was like after hours. It was probably like closer. I don't remember the time. I'm not going to
12 to 2.
I didn't even. The reason why I don't remember the time is because I didn't have my phone.
Gotcha. Where's your phone at?
It was sitting right there on the table, and I I mean,
What do you mean sitting right there on the
it
table?
was sitting right there. Well, not on the table, I think it was sitting on the ledge.
In the apartment.
In the apartment.
But you were in the apartment, right?
Yes.
Okay.
No, when I left, I didn't have my phone.
When you left to
Without Little Vince's.
Little Vince's, okay. But then you got back.
Then I got back.
Okay.
And then I left again. I left twice.
And where'd you leave for the second time, or what was that?
I think I went to the quick shop.
So wait, I'm confused.
Got a pack of cigarettes or something.
I'm confused. He said he went to Lil Vince's house, but no one was there. So why were you gone for 3 to 4 hours? What did you do? Did you go look for Vince? Were you driving around looking for Vince? Because you were gone, according to you, 3 to 4 hours, but little Vince wasn't home. Did you sit at little Vince's house thinking little Vince is going to come back sometime tonight?
You go to little Vince's house, but see, you notice he ain't putting the time on nothing. He claimed he don't know the time because he left his phone on.
Yeah. That's so. Miss Ann said so. When you you come back the second time, now it's at least 5 hours later. So say at 11 o'clock. Now 5 hours later, because I'm just putting the hour plus the 4 together, and then we'll just stick a little time in there. So 5.5 hours later. So at 4 o'clock in the morning is when you noticed she wasn't there.
He ain't gonna put no time on nothing though. He think he got all the sense.
That's why the cop keep going. So roundabout, was it early morning? I'm waiting for the cop to say, was it still dark out?
Right.
Something. Give me something here to help you, to help me understand what you're saying to me. You know, I'd say that a lot. Help me understand what you're saying. Let me. I'm just trying
help me to help you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand what you're saying, and I need your help.
Because if he say Little Vince one more damn time, ain't no Little Vince, man.
Yeah. What's Little Vince's last name?
I don't know, but he's my cousin, but I don't know his last name.
Yeah.
No, he didn't say his last name. He said his last name was Harris.
And what's his phone number? I don't
know.
I don't know. Is it in your phone? No.
Baby.
And that's how you got guilt written all over you.
If guilty was a person, and they knew that, like off the real.
See, I wish I could wear a shirt during interrogations that say, "Please don't think I'm stupid." So they stare at that shirt the entire time while they're talking. Please don't think I'm stupid.
I'm beginning to wonder if he was going to do the same with his son and change his mind.
That crossed my mind. It really did. When he came to pick him up at 6 o'clock, I'm like, that crossed my mind.
Yeah, because it did make sense for him to pick him up to take him to that. You know, he went back to that site where the RV is. Yeah.
And because remember, the son said there was other people there.
And that's what I said in the previous live. I said maybe the fact that people had showed up at the spot is the reason why he didn't do that.
The son, yes. That he didn't do the son too.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's crazy. All right, dude.
What do you remember? What quick shop?
Quick shop on 53rd.
Okay. And about what time would that have been?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know.
You got a pack of cigarettes there?
Yes.
So just so I have it straight, you went to Vince's, you come back. How long between when you got?
I'm trying to put the time frame together. I could be off, but I know where I went.
Yeah. And that's what I said.
Sweet Berry, you coming up again? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, she fell off. Okay. All right. You back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay.
I'll figure out. And then
so you got back from Quick Shop with the cigarettes, and then what happened after that?
Nothing.
No, well, okay. So but then you got back.
And then like I said, I got back. I don't know. I don't know what time it was. So
Okay, that's fine. We can move past that.
All I know is,
at one point or another, you notice that Bree is not in the room. Okay. And then so, what do you do immediately after you notice Bree's not?
I go outside.
Go outside. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's the first thing I did. You know what I'm saying? You know, I went outside.
Okay. And then, like, just around the area, or did you get in a car and drive somewhere?
I went around the area first.
Okay.
And then I started moving around, like trying to get close within the areas. You know what I mean? Trying to look to see if she was walking, you know what I'm saying, or whatever.
And for the sake of, I'm not going to hand me off on a driving charge. If you went and drove and tried to find her in certain places, I
went in the area where, out there, you know what I'm saying, like trying to see.
Around the apartment complex.
You know, like outside, you know what I'm saying, like when I put in, I would have
like those businesses and stuff like that?
No, like the streets.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying, like, you know what
the
I'm saying?
nearby streets.
I don't know what streets. I mean, I don't, like, the streets that would go back, the streets that would go forward. You know what I'm saying? It was like by Blockbusters.
Blockbuster. You mean
the video?
Family video.
You know, I call it
Gotcha.
Blockbuster.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? But,
yep. And then how long were you looking for her approximately the first time?
What you mean the first time? I looked for a while. I've been looking for a period.
Yeah, no, but then you do come back to the apartment, you said earlier.
When I went looking for her, I did come back to get.
Yeah. So I'm asking just how long was that time frame of prior to picking up?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. But did you have your phone then when you were looking for her, or no?
No.
Okay.
I wasn't even thinking about the phone.
I
wasn't even. The phone wasn't even a concern. You know what I'm saying? Finding her was the concern.
For sure.
So the phone really wasn't a concern.
So you come back, you grab Dink, and then is that when you and Andrea have a conversation about what's going on, or
No.
Or do you have a conversation prior to you leaving that long time?
I never really talked to Andrea, period, until basically I talked to Aisha. You know what I'm saying?
So Andrea had no idea until after you spoke with Aisha?
She didn't have no idea, period. Like, she didn't have no full understanding of what was going on.
Did she know Asia was gone?
Yeah, I guess she did. I don't know.
What do you mean?
Because I don't know if she went in the room.
Okay.
That's one thing I don't know if she went in the room. So
she knew you were upset or you were panicking about something, but she didn't know what.
But I know when I came back to get Dink was laying on the couch.
Okay.
Dink was in the bed at first.
Yep.
So evidently she knew then.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That Bree is not in the house.
Gotcha.
You know, I mean, we didn't talk about that, but I mean, it's like common sense type of thing.
Yeah, it's like, putting two and two together. Gotcha. So then you pick up Dink and you guys go looking again, right?
Right.
And sometime during that time you call Aisha, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you guys meet at Burger King?
Yes.
Okay.
No, McDonald's. Not Burger King. McDonald's on Kimberly.
On Kimberly, like
Eastern. Yeah, it wasn't no Burger King. It was McDonald's.
So you guys meet there in that parking lot, or did you guys go inside at all?
No, because she was mad, and she was like furious. You know what I'm saying? She really didn't want to talk to me. But the only thing she kept saying, you're responsible, you're responsible, you're responsible, you're responsible. You know what I'm saying? Why wasn't you watching her? I'm like, what you mean? She sleep. The fuck you mean? You know what I'm saying? Who watches? You know what I'm saying? I periodically check, but
any places you could, I mean, you probably already checked them, but any places in particular that she enjoys or goes to?
I ain't been around my kids in a while. So
how long has it been?
Some months. Like other than you know, being down there with the river with them, you know what I'm saying, barbecuing for them. As for really having a bond like the way we used to have,
like spending the night,
like period, like our close bond period, like me spending time with them, being with them, around them all the time. That's been some time back. You know what I mean? So.
And how long do you think you were at Vince's place for?
He wasn't there.
No, I'm talking about when you took the kids there after picking them up from.
For a while.
Several hours, probably.
See, it was some hours. I know it was some hours.
Was it dark when you guys got home from Vince's?
No, it was
still a little late.
It was still a little light there.
Okay. And you said the kids like took a shower, did what they need to do to get ready for bed right when they got home? Right when they got to bed.
After they ate, played the game.
Okay. So it was a little bit, yeah. And this, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is this the first time that her and Detorius have spent the night up there?
Yes.
At the,
that's why I'm really confused. You know what I'm saying? It was like, you know, Lil Dick used to stay with me all the time when I lived on 35th. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Can you grab my phone so I can see who that is?
I got it.
Yeah, can I talk to him?
I will just leave it for a second.
I just want to tell him to come down here. You know what I mean?
Because I thought you went and picked them up, or they came with you, or something like that.
What you mean by that?
I was told that you went and got your mom, or your mom came with.
No, they was out of town.
Your mom's out of town?
They was closer towards Iowa City. They said they was turning around.
Gotcha.
Because I mean, I thought they would be there, but they wasn't there.
Gotcha. So okay. First time that they spent the night, apartment 8, right? Was that it?
Yeah.
Have you spent the night there multiple times though prior to this?
Periodically. And then, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, periodically, off and on.
Okay. Just so I make sure I have everything right. Kids go to bed. They sleep in the bedroom.
Yes, sir.
So you guys sleep on the air mattress or something?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you don't go to bed. You go back to Vince's.
I went down there, but they wasn't.
But no one was there, so you didn't.
Well, hold on. Let me rephrase that. Didn't nobody answer.
No one answered. Okay, gotcha.
I don't know if they was there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
It was just no reply.
So did you go straight to Vince's and then straight back?
Oh yes.
And then then you went back, and then was it a certain amount of time before you went to the quick shop to get cigarettes? All in between that.
I mean, probably. I mean, I'm assuming like I mean, I'm not gonna say and guess the time because I don't know. I don't want to put a frame on the time, and I really don't know the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. So, and then did you go to quick shop in the Impala, or is it a different car that you?
Yes, I went
in the Impala. Okay. Got cigarettes, and then you went straight back. Okay.
That took about 35.
Quick shop on 53rd. Is that the?
That's the one by West High School.
West, or by North High School, you mean?
North High School.
Head back, and then it's after that is when you noticed Briasia is wasn't there. Then you go outside, you check first around the apartment area.
And I didn't see her.
You didn't see her. Then you check some of the nearby streets.
Didn't see her. That's when I panicked. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, I knew Aisha was still asleep, so I really didn't want to call her until I knew that she got up.
Okay.
So when I called her, you know what I'm saying, she was up, but she was at work.
Where does she work at?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know it's a fast food place.
Okay.
And when I talked to her on the phone, she was like, quit playing with me. You know what I mean? Stop playing. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, all right, I'm not playing with you, man. I'm keeping this shit real. Because at first she thought it was a joke. You know, I told her, all right, this is not a joke. At the job, so I said, all right, you got to get off. You got to get off. You got to get off. You got to get off right now. So.
And you just left your phone in the apartment.
Yes, I really wasn't thinking about the phone.
Yeah.
A priority. And I was getting ready to leave my phone when I grabbed Lil Dink because, you know what I'm saying? But that's when Andrew said, Henry, take your phone. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh, I'm like, where is it? So, and then that's when I grabbed my phone.
Gotcha.
And then
that's how you're able to
communicate
with Aisha.
Right.
But you never called 911?
No, I didn't. Because I really wasn't, you know what I'm saying? It was like, I really wasn't for sure. I shut it down 911. But I really wasn't for sure. You know what I mean? So I didn't dial 911.
So then you met at Aisha McDonald's, and then did you guys ride together? Well, not in the same car, but we followed each other back up to the.
We rode up to the apartment, and that's when Lil Dink came out and said that the officers outside. I said, okay, I'm coming outside. So I went outside, and that's when Aisha got kind of like a little frustrated, I would say, and he was trying to tell us like, no, give me information. I'm like, who?
The officer.
He's like, give me information. You know what I'm saying? Aisha, she was so mad she didn't want to give him information. I'm like, you got to get him information. You have to. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know what I'm saying? She walked away. That's when I walked away because I was just as mad. You know what I'm saying? Like, is you fucking serious? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I call her.
Okay.
I'm like, you know what I'm saying? And it made me mad. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, what the fuck, man? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, you know, who doesn't give the fucking information? I don't have no picture of her. You know what I'm saying? I have just like 1 or 2 pictures, period, in my phone with Lil Dink. You know what I'm saying? I used to have a lot of pictures of him in other phones. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't have them in this phone.
Okay.
So,
So you took Taurus with you, and then you met Aisha at McDonald's.
yes.
So you get back to the apartments. How does Dink come out of the apartment when he's supposed to be with you and Aisha at the McDonald's?
No, that's not what I said. I said Lil Dink, when the officer, him and Aisha was sitting in the car, when the officer came, Lil Dink came up and said that the police officer's here. That's when I came down.
Came down from?
Downstairs.
So you were in the apartment
when the officer got there.
Okay. So you arrived before the officer?
Huh?
So you arrived before the officer?
Yes, yes.
Okay. You and Taurus both arrived?
Matter of fact,
the way you made it sound that you walked up and...
No. Me and Aisha made it there. Aisha got the number off the building and had them come.
What number off the building?
Because they got numbers on the...
Oh, like the address number?
The address, yeah. They got the numbers on the building.
Okay.
And like I said, I didn't even know the number. You know what I'm saying? I still don't know the number.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But like I said, that's when Lil Dink came up and said that a police officer was like, I'm like, okay, I'm coming down. And that's when I came down. And I got to talking to him. And he was telling me what, something that happened with him before, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay. He's like, don't panic, you know what I'm saying? So, I'm trying to keep my composure. But Aisha was already to the limit. And it ended up becoming a screen match out there, even with the officer, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do if you're not giving me the fucking information? Mm-hmm. I'm like, bro, man, if I knew what you needed to know on pictures and all that, I'll give it to you. Yeah. I don't have that. You know what I'm saying? So there's nothing I can do about that. But she made me mad when she didn't want to give him that.
But mama looked bad. Like, honestly, like, sir, no, we're not doing it. He trying to make it seem like, Aisha didn't want to cooperate and things of that nature. And we saw how she acted. But she was mad. She was angry shit. She knew he had done something. She knew.
You know what I'm saying? Because he needs that. That's how you get the, you know what I'm saying, they're looking for that person.
Okay.
So
and then so you leave the apartment while the officers are there, and then where do you go?
Aisha left first.
Okay. Aisha leaves, and then
I left.
Okay. And where'd you go after?
I was just so mad. I was just running around. Okay. I was still looking, you know what I'm saying, but I was just riding, just looking around, you know what I'm saying, like.
Do you remember what parts specifically, like some places that you checked or names of businesses? Did you make it downtown here?
I went through the whole Quad City.
Did you go back to your mobile home at all?
Yes, me and Lil Dink went down there.
You this morning?
Yeah. Once we was looking, you know what I'm saying? We got to looking, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, I needed to grab, what was it that I grabbed out of there? I think it was
come on.
a couple dollars, whatever it was that I needed. Some money.
So was that before or after you saw Aisha?
I saw Aisha. I don't remember, man. I don't know, man. I really don't know. I mean, shit. It was. I seen Aisha. Me and Dick went out, and then we seen Aisha.
Okay.
Because I was starting to get low on gas, and I needed to grab $2 so I could have. That's why I got in my pocket. You know that's so I could continue to just ride. You know what I mean? And just keep. I was like I said, I was gonna ride until I couldn't ride anymore. You know what I mean? So.
And then so Aisha makes contact with you over the phone, and you're down.
I made contact with Aisha.
Yeah, you called her after.
Then
was there a reason why you weren't answering your phone or text messages or anything?
No, because my phone.
No,
not at this time. My phone be acting up sometimes.
Okay.
Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what the fuck it is about this phone, but sometimes I gotta text people first in order to call them, and I don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? But anybody, when I go through it and see it, you know what I'm saying? Because when I was moving around, my mind really wasn't on the phone. You know what I'm saying? My mind was on Aisha phone calls. You know what I'm saying? Maybe, you know what I'm saying, she found her or something, but anybody else's phone call I really wasn't concerned about. Yeah. You know what I mean? I wasn't worried about no other phone call but Aisha. But at first, Aisha said she tried to call me a couple times. You know what I'm saying? It didn't ring. You know what I mean? But once I looked at the phone and I called her back, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And once I got to talking to Aisha.
And so when you said you meet us at the station, where'd you go after that?
My sisters.
Two sisters?
Yeah.
Where's that at?
Out by the cemetery.
Like on Eastern?
Out by the cemetery.
Do you know the address?
No, I don't.
What's your sister's name?
Nita. What my sister got to do with this?
Well, she wasn't. So I know the address. I can look it up. You know what I mean?
McQuay.
McQuay.
Yes.
True. I got a question too.
Quay.
Go ahead.
Now he
Go ahead,
said
son.
he said his phone don't ring. His phone messed up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But when he called that police officer and that police officer called him back, his or somebody called him back, his
And
phone.
now I'm in the interrogation room.
Yeah,
Well,
it rang then.
he did say sometimes. He said sometimes I have to text people
And that's
so
a
I can
lie.
call them.
That's
Sometimes.
that's a lie.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay.
It is almost time for them to knock on the door again.
Yeah, seriously.
Well, a lot they're watching this from the camera. Okay, so they're
Yeah.
outside. They're
Go ahead. Go
watching
ahead.
it. Yeah, they're watching it and they can hear it.
Yeah, he's
So
making no sense, D True.
yeah, so they're listening to this outside. There's two or three detectives probably sitting in a cubicle watching the camera and listening to the interview. That's why they get up and knock on the door periodically when they see that it's going in a direction and they want to kind of bring the direction back to something else, or they may have some information. So they want to tell the officer, hey, ask him about this. And they're going to, that's why I said they'll knock on the door to bring him out because they want him to ask a specific question. They know he's guilty. This cop right here knows he's guilty.
But you know what? His own lawyers know he's lying.
Yeah. Yes.
Come on.
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't know. He's like, and then we roll around, and then I text his mom. When I text his mom, she was at work, and she was like, I'm like, hey, Bree's missing. She's like, well, stop playing with me. You know what I'm saying? Stop playing with me. And I'm like, man, no, I'm not playing. I'm for real. And um, she was like, stop playing with me. I said, look, man, I'm not playing. So I gave Dink the phone. Dink told her, like, mom, you know, we don't know where she at. So then he handed me the phone back. And I'm like, I got to talk to him. Like, man, your mom mad at me. He said, Dad, I don't understand why mom mad at you. You know, you haven't done nothing. I'm like, I mean, but I'm still responsible. You know what I'm saying?
Wait a minute. Did I go back, y'all? Because I lost my spot on this shit.
Yeah, we did hear that part. It's
on.
about
I got to come out of this.
It's about 5 minutes past this. Easily 5 minutes. Whoa, that picture even scared me, and it's me on the pictures of mine.
Hold on, let me go back in on another tab. But I had two tabs open. I might have closed the wrong one. That's you. That's you. Oh my goodness. Okay. I mean, if like I say, he should have just shut his damn mouth, honey. Because let's see. I hate when I do this.
at least have my mom and my sister come down with me. And she said, okay, well, just be down here by, I think it was the female. She said, come down by, just, can you be down there by 12? I said, yeah, I can make it down there by 12.
Okay.
Okay, then we
So
get past
when I left from
this
there, I went to,
Damn, I hate. Let me know.
when I left from my sister's house, I came straight here.
Okay. And then, so how is your car not here? You know what I mean?
I came straight here.
I get that, but the car that you were driving was the Impala, and the Impala's not here.
I didn't say I was driving the Impala.
Well, you came in the Impala.
I never said I was driving the Impala.
So you left the apartments in the Impala, right?
Yes.
Okay. So at what point did you not have the Impala anymore?
What do that got to do with the Impala? I mean,
because you left there in a vehicle, and that's.
I mean, I'm not trying to make it harder on you.
Yeah, I get it.
But I mean, literally, as for the
What was your question?
Like, is this where when I stopped it? Is this where we were? Because
this is the first I'm hearing this argument between them.
Okay, well we do it. Okay.
Yeah, play that.
I'm not looking for the driving. I'm looking for the car.
I'm keeping that solo with the.
No, that's fine. I'm more concerned about the car.
I mean, if you want to check the car, you can check the car.
Yeah, we would like to do that.
Yes,
probably,
you can,
yeah.
without a problem.
Where is the car currently?
It's reachable.
Reachable as in.
I can get it to you guys at any time. That's basically what I'm saying.
And also to backtrack.
I mean, one thing about me.
Is that what he said?
Would you say you were breaking up?
Oh, I'm sorry. He said the car is reachable.
Yeah, reachable, but he don't know Lil Vince's number. See, right here is where I would burst his bubble and go, look, let's stop playing games.
No, you gotta let him keep talking.
Well, no, but he's not telling you anything. He's just blubbering on. Right now is where you scare the shit out of him and say, we got your car. We found it. It's around the corner.
It's around the corner. And you know what? That's probably what the knock on the door was about. Yes, I believe so. I believe they found the car, and that's what the knock was, because it's what 5 or 10 minutes later, and now he's asking about the car. So where is the car? See, but right now I would just go. I would actually take that piece of paper I've been writing on, crumble it up, and throw it towards the door, and go, look, that was all shit. The entire thing was shit. Do you want to come clean with me? Do you want to talk to me? Do you want to tell me the truth now? Right. We have your car. It's on a truck right now. Right. It's been impounded. We have your truck. And right now we're gonna go get your RV, and then we're gonna go get your other car. So it's time for you to discuss this with me, because I'm looking for a little girl. Right. And time is of the essence, and you are bullshitting me. Right. Because right now he doesn't think they're serious. He thinks he's winning. He thinks he's confusing them and giving himself more time, because as time goes on, he thinks they don't know where things are. Mm-hmm. So, it's time to draw the line in the sand and let him know, hey, I'm done playing with you. Mm-hmm. This was going to happen. And right then he's going to go, well, I want a lawyer. That's good, because you weren't giving me anything anyway. Right. So we can stop with the you've told me enough lies to incriminate yourself. So I'm just going to leave now. That's fine.
I mean, like I said, if I had any issues, I would have never came down. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I'm not going to, pull, what I'm saying, no extra, but when it comes down to the, how I feel about the driving situation.
And I know that, but I'm not worried about that. I'm just trying to figure out
what I'm saying is
your back trail of when you left the police asked you to stay there and you left, and all of a sudden there's this car that you left in, but now we don't know where the car is.
You understand? Yeah, but if you want to search the car, I can bring the car to search for you.
And I'm just trying to also backtrack, like where. It says restricted. bunch of junk there.
Yeah.
But it also
He got
helps
a
just to make you
scam call.
understand your
And amazing, his phone rang.
Yeah, it rang. Now he just told the officer his phone don't ring. But voila.
Amazing how his phone rings now. It works.
They called that number. I bet you that was one of them cops out there calling that number for the phone to ring. They play tricks like that. I watched the first 48, okay?
Man.
The cops out there. They said, we finna show. See, he already flustered. And they know it. They know he lying.
route that you took because you had the car and then you didn't. I just want to know where that transition took place.
It's reachable, bro. I just say it like that.
But you don't want to talk about how you eventually switched vehicles or
Never switched. I mean, that was like I ain't switching no vehicles.
okay.
Why would I switch a vehicle?
But then so someone else was with you in the car?
But why would I switch vehicles? Where do you get to switch vehicles at?
Because so the Impala, you left the apartment in it, okay? And then now you're here at the station, but the Impala's not here.
It's around. I'll say it that way. It's around.
Okay.
It's around.
Around the block somewhere.
It's around.
Okay.
Damn.
That helps me better understand.
Yeah, I mean, I as for the driver,
And I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about Breasia, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But it's the point that, you know what I'm saying, me.
I know you don't want to get in trouble for something that's when you're trying to find Breasia. I get
Right.
that 100%. And so, but you can't think of, I mean, you've checked a lot of areas, and you haven't been around that much.
But see, like, I think Bree and Dink said that they cousin TT or somebody lived in that area somewhere around there.
Oh,
I don't remember.
TT?
No, their cousin or TT or somebody. I know that they said somebody lived around the area. I am not for sure who it was.
nice.
You know, so they don't live in the building complex, but around somewhere. I don't even know who it was.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know who it was.
Gotcha.
Wow.
All right. Hang tight. I'll talk to my other guys, see what they found out. If they found out anything else, or
What you mean about anything else, bro?
like if they found like some video of her somewhere else, or you know what I mean?
Right.
Found out what? That I'm a sex offender? Found out what?
Sorry, a little bit. Some of them are still printing. Of course, naturally, we'd have a problem with the printer at a time like this. So side here. So we'll start near it, and so this is the apartment complex, right? 2744. It's one of the ones up here. I believe it's that one.
Oh, what's the name? Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to trace kind of like with the pen and trace where you went.
Bro, I don't know exactly where I went. That's why I'm not.
Did you stop at any places?
I don't remember. Okay, I didn't.
Wow.
Did you talk to anyone when you were out looking?
No, I was just the whole area. Almost all of this area. Almost.
So what ones have you not been to?
I haven't went over there by Castlewood. I haven't went over there. I haven't went over Western E-Mines over there.
Well, no. So this is 53rd.
Oh, no, okay.
This is a problem.
I thought this was the whole.
No.
Okay, yeah. I mean.
So you went through all these streets.
I don't drove all through here, all around through there. I mean, I don't hit Brady. I mean, I just, the furthest I went is all the way down, just like.
All the way down where?
Like all the way downtown, just like, you know what I'm saying? When you circle one area, you know what I'm saying? You gotta just continue to go through every area.
Mm-hmm.
I've been everywhere, man. I'm not gonna even say where in what streets.
Okay.
I just know I've been all through here.
And did you stop at any? Did you go inside while you're looking? Did you go stop anywhere and talk to anyone, ask them if they've seen someone? Do you remember any places that you did that with?
No, I didn't do that.
You didn't do that?
I
Okay.
just moved around.
Okay. So you were strictly in your car the entire time?
Moving around.
Okay. In the Impala, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got back the second time, when you saw Dink on the couch, did Andrea then say anything? Did Andrea ask anything or say anything to you?
The only thing she asked me is like, "What's going on?"
Okay.
That's all she said.
And then what did you tell her?
I didn't tell her nothing. I was just like, man, right now I'm frustrated. I'm looking. I should have said something to her, but I assumed that she knew some little Dink being on the couch.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I was like, right now, man, I don't even want to talk right now. You know what I'm saying? I really don't want to talk at all. That's basically what I kept telling her.
Telling her? Yeah. Gotcha. So there's no
like, I'm not gonna draw no map because I really don't know where I was going. I was just moving around, just going around. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Not no spot in particular. You know what I'm saying? I didn't go in no. It's gonna move around too. You know what I'm saying? So even Andrea was moving around on feet. You know what I mean? Yeah. So was no sense in me staying close to them. It's just like traveling. You know what I'm saying? The more grounds you can pick up. You know
and then I'm sorry, who else was moving around looking?
And Andrea.
Andrea drove around looking?
No, walking around.
Walking around. Like walking around the apartment complex or walking like further?
Complexes. And then further. I don't know where all she walked to. She just told me she was walking around looking.
Gotcha.
Aisha mom was looking. Aisha auntie was looking. Aisha was looking. Aisha uncle. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's a lot of people, bro.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So,
and so was there any texts going around like about the situation, or was it just the phone calls?
I think there was like one or two texts.
One or two texts,
if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And so would you be fine if we downloaded the phone to have the call logs and the texts?
For what reason?
To corroborate everything here about the call logs and the text. It helps everyone out.
Download my phone.
To get the call logs to show that those calls were made at those certain times.
I can show you my phone. I can just show you my phone.
I gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? You want to see? I can just show you my phone. I can just open up my phone and let you go on my phone.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
What's the passcode to the phone?
Just give me my phone and I'll open it up for you.
Okay. Will you open up right in front of you?
Right, yeah, I'll open it right here.
Cool. So if you want to just take while I go grab your phone, if you want to just take a closer look, and if there's anything that's sticking out, be sure to mark it, okay?
What is there to stick out? But
like for sure places that you went, for sure.
He's looking at it like he's thinking, what should I mark? Should I say I went here?
At this point, you just need to confess, dude. I mean,
at this point, he needs to.
He should have never started talking.
Yeah.
Period.
He should have just shut the hell. Look, and he had every right to do that since he is already a convicted sex offender.
I mean, he did.
He should have immediately said, "Look, dude, I had nothing to do with this, and I'm just gonna request a lawyer right now. Mm-hmm. Am I under arrest?"
He done been in enough trouble. See, this is what I don't get. This man done been in enough trouble to know you talk to the police, you fucking yourself. You better just shut up. He'd have been in enough trouble.
He should have asked from a lawyer from Gate.
Yeah, when little Vince dropped him off. He should have been like, "Is my lawyer here yet?"
Exactly.
Did you guys get me a
Hey,
lawyer?
Don't
Yeah.
say little Vince no more. Ain't no little Vince, man.
And why is he wearing prison shorts? and, so I guess he's ready to go.
Because he's dressed for the occasion.
Yep.
Just for the damn occasion. Lord have mercy. And he's so finna go.
Do you know your name, sir?
And he's just looking through the pictures now.
Yeah, that's what he's gonna do. He's looking at the pictures to make him a cop because he knows they're watching him. He knows they're watching him. I think I was right here. At what time? I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know no time. Don't ask me nothing about no time.
Right. I don't have a watch. I don't have a watch. I don't have a watch.
Mm-hmm.
Was the sun out? I don't remember.
Child, I cannot.
I'd have been slapped this guy. I'd have slapped him right out of that chair and said, "You know what? I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Figure out what you're going to say to me." See, if they were smart, while he was in there interrogating him, another cop should have ran in and go, "What'd you do with her? Where is she?" And then they restrain him.
Good cop, bad cop. Good cop,
then they jump up and restrain that cop and pull him out. And that usually jars them to lie some more because now they know one cop is thinking, "I did it. Oh shit. Then the other cops chase the cop into the room and they restrain him as he's yelling at him and he's cussing. Where's the fucking little girl at? You fat piece of shit.
I can imagine you being a bad cop, DT. You always be the bad cop.
You do that to him and you'll see him squirm. He will squirm and come up with all kinds of shit. But
because he's a whole coward. He's a coward.
Yeah, I thought I saw her on Buckner. I was on Buckner, and I thought I saw her, and she ran away. But that's why that's why you do this. You keep getting up and you leave, and then you come back. And when you come back, you don't say that. You just sit down and you write something, and then you close your book. And we go, okay, where were we? And then you see them hard ass chairs. Yeah, I don't sit in them hard ass chairs. I bring a nice, comfortable chair in for me. So they're looking at my nice, comfortable chair while they sitting in that hard ass.
You adjust the lights and stuff too, like they do on TV. You adjust the lighting and you keep if you keep moving around, like you keep adjusting in the chair. So you keep like adjusting yourself in the chair. It makes them they're looking at you like, damn, it's uncomfortable. So am I uncomfortable. Yeah.
There's little things you do, like you knock on the table, you tap your fingers and shit. Whatever you can do to annoy them is what you want to do, because as you're frustrating them, they get frustrated and they just start blurting shit out.
Damn.
And you see, I rearranged the chair because the second time he came in, he rearranged the chairs a little closer to him. You rearrange the chairs, you move the chair out of the way. You do all kinds of things to cause them for their mind to start.
Let him marinate. They really let him marinate enough.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. You want to leave them there? Just leave them in there for like hours.
Think of any or mark any?
No, I ain't marking them, but I'm just looking at the whole thing. Oh, my fucking stomach.
Well, that's what I asked.
No, I said I will open it for you.
Yeah,
but
I'm
not going to give you my password.
Okay.
I will open it for you so you can look at my phone. But I'm not gonna use my password.
Okay. And then you're just gonna lock it.
Yes, right after you finish looking.
Yeah.
I will let you look at it. And I have no problem with you looking.
Okay.
That's
I'll be like, we've already been in your phone.
You see how defensive he get about that?
Oh
phone?
yes, because he don't look too bright. I wouldn't put it past him to have a picture in that phone that he don't want them to see.
Of course.
Okay.
Now he doesn't know his password.
You full of shit, man.
Oh yeah.
I don't remember my right then. I would smack him. Damn it!
My mind ain't not even on my phone.
He
You
doesn't
really
remember
have
his
the phone
password.
too, yeah.
I don't
No,
know.
I had this phone for a minute, but
I think, well, just a new phone number?
yeah, no, this number.
Because you said you didn't know it. That's what I was.
I don't know my number. All I know is 72726.
Wow.
I would take the phone and say,
I used
don't
to
worry
watch.
about
I don't
our
want to open it, bro.
You know?
Not if you're staring into me while I'm trying to get my number.
What I'm doing is I'm making sure that you're not going in and delete. Trust me, it happens. It happens.
I mean, as soon as I open it, I'll give it to you.
So,
Well, he's also worried that he's going to hit factory reset.
He gonna get what?
Factory reset. Like
or
he's
maybe
sitting
he
there.
got some cow pee in there.
See, but
Maybe
see,
he
right,
got what phone?
Child pee in there. I ain't gonna
Oh
say
yeah,
the P word.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Ain't no telling what he got in that damn phone.
see, right now he could have already opened it, and now he's already back to the settings.
Right.
You know that's the reason they didn't leave the phone in there with him.
But I don't think it was with us, D-True, when we watched this. I think you were working.
No, I wasn't there.
Yeah. Okay.
You only get so many tries.
yeah, that's true.
You
And
get
he knows that.
tries, bro.
He knew that. That's why he went past what he was supposed to do.
You know what really was funny when we watched this? How long it took him to get into the phone. How can you take 30 minutes to get into your own phone?
Because he doesn't want
He's
to.
trying to lock the motherfucker up.
Yeah, he
That's
was
why.
locking it up. He was locking
I
it
think
up.
he's trying to lock it up, y'all. Mm-hmm. You know how after you put your wrong code in so many times, it locks it up?
I think you only get like 10 times.
Well,
Yeah.
you have 10 times, then you have to wait a certain amount of minutes.
Well, I
before
know
you
at
can
least an
go back in.
iPhone, I think you have 10 tries.
Mm-hmm.
But come on, it's your phone. You know the passcode.
You know the damn code.
I'd
Right.
be like, it's okay. I'll get Jake to open it.
Yeah, I'll
What?
get my text to open it.
Yeah, Jake is right
Like,
outside.
we don't get in this damn phone. I don't know who he thought he was fooling.
Sir, this is a Boost mobile phone. Do you think we cannot get in it?
Right.
Yeah, they can get into your phone.
Yeah, cool.
Now, what do you want to look at?
So,
I can show you anything and everything.
was there? Okay, gotcha. That's from a couple days ago. Yeah.
No, that was from when I
Well,
got them. That's from when I got my kids. I think it's good night, Mom. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, good night, love you, Bree. That's when she was.
Well, good night, Mom.
You know what I'm saying? That's
What is good night, Mom, though? I don't.
That's good night, Mom. That's the way she said good night, Mom. Too.
Who says?
Bree. They didn't have no phone, so they was using my phone or they used the Android phone to use whatever.
But the phone number was to Lil Dink?
No, that's Aisha's phone, but it's my son, so I don't put her name in my phone.
That's the way you contact.
I contact him. You know
Okay,
what I'm
that
saying?
makes sense.
I don't contact her.
I got you.
Let me see. So, let's see.
stuff besides the?
No.
Well, go click on
who?
on Lil Dink again and go down to the most recent thing.
Where are you?
Okay, and then.
Yeah, remember when I told you she kept trying to call me and my phone was acting up?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, here, I just show you phones. Now let me get to the numbers.
The call log.
Oh, let's see. Okay, how do I get this
Then that would be the call log.
motherfucker? That was,
Gotcha.
see.
Okay. All right.
Is little Vince's number in there?
I mean, I like I said, I have no problem showing you my phone.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
But I guess where's the issue of like you just want to dictate of what we see or?
No, I don't. No, I just like, you know what I'm saying? I looked at it like, I don't have no problem opening my phone for you. You know what I'm saying? I really don't.
Okay.
I don't have nothing. I don't have nothing to hide in my phone from you.
Okay.
Nothing. You know what I'm saying? Nothing at all. So that's the reason why I said I will open it for you.
Gotcha.
I just don't want nobody all in my phone. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it don't matter, but I just don't like people.
Well, it does. I mean, it does matter.
No, you missed what I'm saying.
Okay.
When I say it don't matter. When I say that, I'm saying like, you know what I'm saying? If you right here in my presence, you can do what the heck you want with my phone.
Mm-hmm.
Basically.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I want to know what you're doing with my phone.
Okay.
That's all.
Gotcha.
I mean, it ain't nothing that I'm hiding in my phone or
There you
anything
are.
like that. That is not.
Girl,
I
I
would
would have
like,
had
if
him
you like,
unlock the
okay,
phone
let's
and
connect
walk
it to
out.
something. Okay, I want to see you what.
You know what? You not fine. I was just sitting there thinking that.
He
Not
he
even
locked
so
He
it.
much
unlocked
walking
that phone. I would have snatched the phone and walked the fuck
unlike
out of
that
there.
phone. I would have took that phone, set
You-
my hands down,
you-
and did
you can't.
and
You
went
can't.
through it.
You can't. He has to give you permission. You don't have a warrant for that phone.
Oh wow.
So
Oh,
without
wow.
a warrant for the phone, you can't snatch it. You can't look in it. He has to give you permission to look at it. That's the
Wow.
reason why they asked him to unlock it. So he unlocks it and he says, well, we can look at it, but you can't take it because you don't have a warrant for that phone. So if there
Wow.
was something in there and if he had saw it, right, if he had looked in the phone as he was peeking over him and saw something, he would have said, okay, let's stop right here. Close your phone, give it to me. And he would take it out and he would request a warrant to search the phone.
Right.
So as long as he's showing him things, but if he sees something when he is showing him things, then he can request a warrant and say, well, I saw this. I saw a message, about this. I'm requesting a warrant based on that. And then they would go to the judge would give him a warrant, and then they would open that phone and everything is fine. But he has to give you, just like searching your car. They can't search your car unless you give them permission.
Mm-hmm.
Or they have to go get a warrant to search your car, which means they need probable cause. What's probable cause? Probable cause is not saying, no, you can't search my car. That's not probable cause. If you deny the police to search your car, that is not probable cause to get a warrant. They have to have physically seen something in that car to get that warrant.
Mm.
Same thing with phones. So, he could have, when he opened it, snatched it. But again, it's on film and anything found would have been thrown out.
Right. Okay.
What you doing with my phone? That's all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Nothing,
I mean,
nothing personal.
to be able to download, we would need the passcode, but
Like I said,
which just helps speed up any suspicion we would have of you.
But I don't understand how I got suspicious with my own kids, man. These are my kids.
No,
you know what I'm saying? I mean,
I'm just saying it would clear any suspicion, right?
Listen, I mean, I know you're doing your job. You know what I'm saying? And I know what you have to do. I know what you have to do. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have no issues with that, period. But these are my kids, bro.
Mm-hmm.
These are my kids. You know what I'm saying? These are mine.
Yeah.
What does that mean? And first of all, she's not
really
yours. She wasn't yours.
Yeah, 2 years doesn't make you
You're making me mad just saying that.
Yeah, 2 years, and let's put it like this: you weren't all chummy the whole 2 years.
No,
Okay, so let's get that straight.
And you wasn't even in your son's life, right?
And just like Sean said earlier, 2 years is not raising a child.
Yep.
Right.
But remember this: she did not request to go with him. The brother asked. Yeah, the brother asked her to come, so she wasn't like, "Oh yes, I'd love to go. Oh, can I go? Can I go?" No, the brother said, "Can you go with me? Do you want to go with me?"
Breasia was that brother's protector. Mm-hmm. The L might have felt like he wanted the Asia there to protect. Like, let's be clear. The L might have wanted her there to protect him from something. You just never know. You know what I'm saying? With a motherfucker like this.
Well, that's the reason why the older brother wasn't allowed to go, because this little bitch would have got his ass.
Yeah. He didn't want that older brother to go. Because he was like, what, 12?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He probably would have fought his ass.
I think so.
Confused. Like, I wish I would have been staying in my same state of mind where I was saying no all the time.
What do you mean by that?
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Aisha, basically I blocked her where she couldn't even call me. Okay. You know what I'm saying? That's saying no. Because me and her have bad communication sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Because of the person who she was talking to. You know what I'm saying? And it just caused a little but now she's not talking to that person no more. So it opened up our communication again. You know what I mean? So I mean, I just
anyone you can think of that would try to take Breasia?
Why?
Asking you.
In other words, he trying to get with her again.
Yeah. But you can't think of anyone that would take her.
I can't see no reason why.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Bree's a good kid.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She's a good kid. You know what
Then before you might have mentioned, I might have missed it. When you went to Vince's after y'all already went home from Vince's and you went back and you didn't get an answer at the door, what was the reason that you went back there?
That's where I be kicking up sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like just to drink a beer. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Sit down, drink a beer, hang out a little bit, talk to the yin yang. You know what I'm saying? That's as far as I go.
Okay.
For me.
So did you call ahead of time?
No, I don't know. Sometimes I call, but 99% of the time he don't answer his phone. Okay. So I don't call. Okay. You know what I'm saying? That's why I just go. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? I don't call him. I just go. Okay. I mean, like I said, my babies are good. You know what I'm saying? My son too. You know what I'm saying? They listen to me. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? All my kids listen to me. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have no problem with my kids. You know what I'm saying? At all. You know what I'm saying?
No behavioral issues, something like that.
The mom do. I don't have it. You know what I'm saying?
Like they're defiant
with mom, but not with me. Okay. Why? Probably because I'm more lenient. Okay. And I tend to give them what they want. Gotcha. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if you want, the only way you can get something out of me if you're acting good. Mm-hmm. Good grades, respectful, doing the things you have to do. That's when you get stuff from me. Other than that, you don't get nothing from me. You know what I'm saying? And my kids know that. Mm-hmm. So this is crazy, man. Yeah. I mean, this is like, I'm more hurt for Aisha. Because, you know what I'm saying, that, she had him. You know what I mean? And my baby mama, you know what I'm saying, like I said, I know she feels some type of way behind it. You know what I'm saying? But like I told her, you know what I'm saying, she like, Henry, you should have more of a watch. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never have to watch my kids like that. You know what I'm saying? Never. Mm-hmm. Even when I used to keep her and Bree. Yeah. Bree ending. You know what I'm saying? I never had to. Because my kids, you know what I'm saying, we communicate. You know what I'm saying? So I really...
I would have asked, so you've kept them before?
You're breathing kind of heavy, is it? You just...
I think he kept Brink before Dink or DL, but I don't think he actually kept Breasia. Ken said, I also believe that woman knows more than she's telling, which also leads me to believe that she's involved in her, just like the couple in the cupcake cake. Now, I don't necessarily believe she has something to do with anything being done to Breasia, but I do think she covered up for him or tried to cover up for him. I don't know if she had, if she actually did anything.
I don't think anything happened in the apartment other than his initial try. And because he would have, why would he move her? Why would he just not do it there? So I don't think anything happened in there. I just think she played ignorant and played like she didn't know what was going on, but she had to know something. Because he keeps talking about he left, came back.
And we're not going to say that she knew exactly what he had done or what he was going to do, but she knew he was doing something. And she knew that what the something he was doing wasn't right. Truth and panel, in your opinion, what do you think made it turn deadly? Was it because he couldn't brainwash her? I think she said she said it. I think she literally said it.
I'm telling my mama.
Yeah, he was trying to cover up the evidence. If he don't look right, he probably didn't put on the condom.
Well,
so
here
his whatever would have been all up in her and on her.
Yeah,
I think she knew. I think he knew she was going to tell.
Well, the problem
and
is,
I think maybe she asked to go home. The reason why he was able to get her out of that apartment without, like, you know what I'm saying?
Fight, yeah, without a fight. I think
and he probably told her he was taking her home.
Well, here's the thing about sex offenders. Once they've been caught, they know that if they're caught again, so his reaction is going to be, he's already been caught. So now his reaction is, I couldn't stop myself from doing it, but I don't want any witnesses.
Right.
That's why the worst thing is a 2-time sex offender, because they kind of learned the last time, by leaving a witness, it's worse for me. And that's what I believe happened. I think it went too far. I think he thought he was Mr. Slick guy. And she said, I'm going to tell my mama. I'm telling my mama. He had no choice there.
I think she literally said out of her mouth she was going to tell her mama. Or she was going to tell or something. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I smoke a lot. And then I'm, you know what I'm saying, thinking about my baby. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's like, it's rough, bro. It's rough. Even though she ain't my biological, but she's still my baby. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, don't call her your baby, man. Come on.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I kind of like, you know what I'm saying, think about it. You know what I'm saying? But I try to not.
What do you think?
And then I got asthma too, so.
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck?
Now you got asthma.
What do you think happened?
Maybe that explains how that labor breathing you doing.
That motherfucker ain't got no damn asthma.
Ooh.
Big bro, I don't even know. I mean, I'm not gonna even try to even put a thumb on it, a finger on it. I don't know.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say something that I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because our communication was good all day.
With Bree?
With both.
With both as in?
Dick and Bree.
Yeah.
Both my kids been A1 all day.
Okay.
A1 all day, bro.
And then?
All day, A1.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm kind of like stopped up, congested a little bit too. So
yeah.
Gotcha. Oh God.
This is like.
Well, I can assure you, there's a bunch of people right now with the department going out there trying to do what we can.
Pray to God that they find my baby. You know what I mean? Because
Is he acting like he's crying?
We need her home.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
We need her home.
Yep. And
This is, and I know, like I said, I know I blames me because I should have had more watch over. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
I know my baby mama. You know what I'm saying? She is like furious at me. Like I never seen her this mad at me ever.
Yeah.
But she got reasons.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Just like if I would have had custody of my kids and not leave them over there and something happened, whether they bust a nose or get a scar or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Do you concern about that? You know what I mean? So
yeah, definitely.
I'm not mad at Aisha. I'm just kind of salty that she won't really communicate with me.
And
you know what I'm saying? And that's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Because her mom do.
What?
He said her mom likes him or something.
No, her mother, Aisha's mother, would talk to him, but he's kind of salty because she won't talk to him. Why would she?
Because he was trying to get over there and slip on her. Is
Well,
what he was
any
doing.
chance you had, it's gone, sir.
Yeah, he's crying. He's crying. He's wiping his eyes like he's crying. Yeah, you better show some tears.
Ain't no tears. He's just wiping his eyes. He ain't crying.
Even right now, you know what I'm saying? I was talking to Donita on the phone.
Yeah.
And me and Donita 100, her mom.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And Donita loves me. You know what I'm saying? And the whole family do. You know what I'm saying? So, but I know what Aisha's going through, and it's just gonna take for her to.
You know what I'm saying?
You know, some things that can help with that, right? Of her not being so mad at you.
She is, though,
bro. Hear me out here for a sec. To help ease some of that, or lessen it, or for us to be able to go input more to her, is that your cooperation goes a long way with us, and it also is not going to make her so mad at you, right? So like if she finds out that the whole passcode on the phone, it is what it is, whatever, she might question that.
Good job. He's trying to make him feel bad for not giving the password.
We will take our mid-morning break at this time. We'll be in adjournment for 15 minutes.
They're about to ask him. So
the phone.
They're about to ask him. So what was your initial feeling about that interview? He's lying.
Program called Celebrate is what's used. After we get the search warrant signed, we turn that into our computer forensics lab along with
There were two officers that had stepped in, and then his call had been placed out in the hallway. Can you tell us about that call and who that call was from?
that was a call between the defendant and Officer Burkle, who was still at the apartment complex.
Okay. Officer Burkle had testified about having tried to call him several times and finally having sent a text during the course of his testimony. Let me ask you this. During the investigation, did you apply for a search warrant for the defendant's phone?
We did.
Okay. Was that search warrant granted?
It was.
All right. And with that being said, with the granting of the search warrant, describe I guess describe the search warrant. What type of processing was to be done on that cell phone?
An extraction of the phone. Program called Celebrate is what's used. After we get the search warrant signed, we turn that into our computer forensics lab along with a computer forensic request form filled out, and then certified forensic analyst / sworn officer would do an extraction of that phone.
Okay. Just for purposes of education, help us understand the difference between a search warrant that is seeking to extract data from a cell phone as compared to a search warrant that is sent to the service provider for a particular phone.
Cell phone record search warrants are strictly related to the provider and will include things like subscriber information, call logs, location data, whereas an extraction of the contents of a phone include any activity on it, images, videos, text messages. Oftentimes in cell phone record search warrant returns, text data is limited, or majority of the time there's no text data that is included in the return. Whereas if you download a phone, the contents of the call log and the text messages are usually there.
Okay, all right. And to make sure that I understand that, in instances where you do serve a search warrant on a service provider, the records that they produce may not produce what the contact text messages would be?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. In this particular case, was Mr. Dinkins' cell phone then submitted to our forensic digital unit?
Yes.
Okay, and then who performed the extraction on the cell phone?
Corporal Nanabita.
Okay, once an extraction of information from the phone has occurred, what is done with that information?
It's put into what we call a Celebrate reader format. It's a program that allows a clean overview of being able to examine different categories. For example, there'll be phone events or activity, SMS messages, or call logs, search history, things of that nature in their own particular order. Makes it easier for us to go through, analyze the data, and then also allows us to generate reports from content we feel is relevant. Okay.
When the extraction is completed, does Corporal Nanabita do the review of that documentation, or does that go to an officer to do a review of that documentation?
The download of the phone is reviewed by the detectives that work the case.
Okay. Were you that detective?
I did. There was 2 detectives that did a review of the contents of the phone. It was myself and also Detective Sean Johnson.
Okay. And in your review, then, did you look at the text messages that were extracted from Mr. Dinkins' phone?
I did.
And then were you able to review the telephone calls that were either coming in to that number or that were being placed from that number to 2 third parties?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, help us to understand this. If a phone is not powered on, does that limit what will be captured in the extraction reports?
In my experience with, if you were to get phone records back, it does show calls placed, whereas if the phone's off and there's no activity, it's not going to show like incoming calls into that phone download. So if someone was trying to call a phone that was off, it wouldn't necessarily show up in the download of the contents of the phone.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 91-1, consisting of 5 pages, and the 91-2, consisting of 10 pages. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 91-1 for purposes of identification, and 91-2. What is State's Exhibit 91-1?
It is SMS messages, reader report from the contents of the defendant's phone.
Okay. What is the defendant's telephone number?
It is, can I reflect to my notes?
Sure, absolutely. Would it help to refresh your recollection by reviewing your notes?
That is correct.
Your Honor, may the witness refresh his recollection.
The defendant's phone number is 563-726-4078.
Okay. Now, what's the date range for the text messages that were generated as a result of the Cellubrite extraction?
The extraction of the phone was for the entirety, but this report right here is within the couple days of Bridget going missing.
Sure. Does it include text messages for July 9th?
It does.
And July 10th?
That is correct.
And does it go back any further?
Not in this report.
Okay. All right. And then going to State's Exhibit 91-2, what is that particular exhibit?
It is the call logs surrounding the upcoming days of the defendant having Breasia Terrell and then her going missing.
And then can you give us the dates that would be encompassed within that exhibit?
It goes from 7/8/2020 up until 7/10 of 2020.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 91-1 and 91-2.
Both of those exhibits will be admitted.
All right. Detective Obert, in the text messages, do you see any text coming in from Officer Burkle?
There is.
What is the time?
It is at, on the report, it'll reference UTC time, which is 4:15 p.m. Central time. That day would have been 11:15 a.m.
Okay. What is the telephone number that Officer Burkle would have been texting from?
563-210-8365.
And what entry would that be on State's Exhibit 91-1?
And it would be number 5.
Okay. Has that been highlighted so that it's very apparent if you look at that exhibit?
That is correct.
Okay. And what is the nature of the text that Officer Burkle sent to Mr. Dinkins?
Verbatim, the text message reads, "Henry, it's Officer Burkle. I need you to call me back."
All right. Now, let's go to State's Exhibit 91-2. In that document, do we see Mr. Dinkins telephoning Officer Burkle in response, presumably, to that text message?
Yes.
What entry would that be?
Entry number 6.
And what does entry number 6 indicate?
Outgoing call from the defendant to the number mentioned earlier, we identified as Officer Burkle's, and that phone call happens at 12:04 p.m. on 7/10/2020.
And would that correlate generally with Mr. Dinkins' arrival at the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, it'd be the same time that's captured on the Axon interview camera.
Okay. Officer Burkle had testified that he tried calling Mr. Dinkins multiple times, but then the call was never answered. In the extraction report, does it identify times when the cell phone would be powered on?
The extraction would include activity of such events, yes.
Okay. Now, it means to have a phone powered on as compared to it being powered off. In extraction reports, what information is it going to give you?
It'd be under like phone events or phone activity, and it would keep track or log every time the phone was powered off or powered on.
Okay. Did you look at that information in the Cellubrite records that were produced for your review?
I noticed it while doing the review, but Detective Sean Johnson mentioned that in the first report that was done of a review of the defense phone.
As the lead detective, did you go through and review information that officers had gathered that they felt was particularly relevant to the investigation? And was this information that was of particular interest to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what times on July 10th do we have that phone powered on?
At 8:08 a.m., 9:41 a.m. and 11.
On 2 additional times after 8:08 a.m. Does that give any indication that there were periods of time where it was powered off?
Yeah, one would have to logically come to that conclusion.
All right. And the time of 8:08 coincides with what?
Roughly the time the defendant texted Aisha.
All right. And was that the text where he had indicated he needed her to call him?
That is correct.
Okay. Have you had a chance to review Aisha Langford's cell phone records?
Cell phone records and phone download, yes.
Certainly. And then I would note for the record, we've already introduced those and discussed those through Ms. Langford, but just very generally, in your review, then did you notice a number of contacts made by Mr. Langford or Ms. Langford to Mr. Dinkins' phone after 8:08 and the 8:29 timeframe when she contacted and spoke with Mona Varelli at the Davenport Police Department?
There was phone calls between the two, yes.
Okay. Could you please describe the clothing that Mr. Dinkins was wearing when he responded to the Davenport Police Department?
When he arrived at the Davenport Police Department, he was wearing a black do-rag, glasses, white t-shirt, with a red on the shoes.
Okay. What style of shoe did he have on?
Tennis shoes, like, I don't know if they're Jordans or Nikes.
Okay. Was that something that was of interest or note to yourself as detective and other law enforcement officers?
Later that evening, that was something of importance, yes.
Explain how that became important in the investigation.
It was found out from Officer Burkle that when the defendant first made contact with him at the apartment complex, the defendant was wearing gold and black shoes at that time.
All right. And then, of course, we've had the testimony of Aisha Langford about that. Did you have any discussions with Aisha Langford where she described those gold tennis shoes and being very dirty that he was wearing out at the apartment complex?
No, I never
Okay.
had that conversation with her.
All right. And was Ms. Langford interviewed by other officers as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you received that information, what did you do to show the difference in what he was wearing out at the apartment complex versus what he was wearing when he met with you at the Davenport Police Department?
So just given that initial information, I wanted to go back, observe Officer Burkle's body cam footage, create a still image of a clear shot of the defendant standing there, so all of his articles of clothing could be seen. And then I did the same thing when reviewing my Axon interview room camera, made a still shot of him sitting there that would reveal all the articles of clothing he was wearing there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 128. May I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 128 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 128?
I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 128?
It is a printout of what I put together of the stills that I earlier described, and then a brief summary on top of the time that Officer Burkle makes contact with the defendant up at the apartment complex, and then describing or advising that the bottom right picture is what the defendant's wearing at the station.
Your Honor, this time the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 128.
No objection. Exhibit 128 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish that exhibit?
You may.
All right, let me see if I can do, oh, there we go. All right, as we look at State's Exhibit 128, if you're standing looking at the exhibit, the photograph to the left would have been captured when?
At 8:55 off Officer Burkle's body camera.
All right, and then what's the location where we see Mr. Dinkins standing?
Up at the apartment complex, 2744 East 53rd Street.
Now, on this particular exhibit, is the image rather grainy?
It is.
But can you see the color of the shoes that he's wearing?
Yes.
What color shoes is he wearing?
On the left side would appear to be the gold ones.
Okay. Are those shoes captured on some video surveillance footage that was collected in the course of the investigation so that we get a real good perspective of what they look like?
That is correct.
All right. And then the image on the right, what is the location where we have Mr. Dinkins?
Davenport Police Station.
Okay. And then and focusing on the shoes, can you see that there's a distinct difference between the shoes he's wearing there at the department and then what he had on when he had that initial contact with Officer Burkle?
That is correct.
What time, for purposes of our record, did Officer Burkle have that contact with Mr. Dinkins?
8:55 a.m.
And how were you able to determine that?
This was the best shot I could get of his full body, showing the shoes. That's
Sure.
why I chose 901.
All right. Did you collect that time from the body worn camera when you saw that point of first contact?
Yes.
Okay. Let's discuss the yellow shoes. Recognizing that Mr. Dinkins had changed shoes before he came to the department, did that pique law enforcement's interest?
Yes.
Why?
Being that, especially after the conversation, after the interview with the defendant, there's never mentioning of changing of shoes. When it comes to the importance of those shoes, there was information relayed that the defendant went down to Credit Island. And when we went down there, there were some footprints that led to a wooded little tree line area. It would have been helpful to, if we were to have those shoes, to be able to match those, the bottom imprints or the bottom layout of those shoes and compare them to the cast printouts that were taken by the evidence deck down there at Credit Island.
Would that have been civilian crime scene technician Jill Foster?
That's correct.
And were those photographs that she took the late afternoon, early evening of July 10th of 2021?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the basis for or the information that the defendant had been down at Credit Island that morning came from which witness? Later, but did you actually physically to?
That is correct.
Is that one such location that DL pointed out to you?
That was.
And then when you'd gone out on that ride with DL, did he show you where on Credit Island his father had parked when he before he got out of the car and wandered off somewhere?
Yeah, he gave us a general parking area, yes.
Okay. And then the child's description of where they parked and his description of his father's direction of travel, did that match with the location where those shoe impressions were found?
There were shoe impressions of where DL generally pointed.
Okay.
He said he saw the defendant going.
Did you go down in that area yourself?
Yes.
How would you describe the soil?
At some points, water, it all depends on how much water is there. It could fill up past it or it could dry out. At that certain day, it was very muddy / kind of marshy type soil.
Okay. Were officers interested in finding those tennis shoes to be able to collect the soil as well from the bottom of those tennis shoes?
That was another avenue that could have been done, being that we collected soil from the vehicle and also from different areas throughout Davenport.
Okay, now let's go to the second half of that discussion. Jumping ahead, was there a search warrant that was obtained for the maroon Chevy Impala?
There was.
All right. And then was that vehicle seized?
It was.
At some point in time, was there an interest in the gasoline, the amount of gasoline within the tank of that Impala?
That is correct.
Now, we'll talk about that a little bit later. But was there a search warrant obtained to determine how much gasoline was left in the tank of the Impala when it was seized by law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Okay. In order to remove that gas tank, what had to happen with respect to the vehicle?
The vehicle had to go up to where our fleet mechanics are, so it could be hoisted on top of a lift.
Okay. And once the vehicle was placed on a hoist and lifted, what was noted by Detective Garner?
That there was clumps of mud under the vehicle.
Okay. What was the weather conditions the evening of July 9th?
There was a torrential downpour at approximately 7
Okay.
p.m. And then there was also some rainfall at around midnight from July 9th into July 10th.
Okay. Were those weather conditions something that was in that area? How would you describe the surface where vehicles could pull off and park?
Just more of a gravel lot.
Okay. Having been down there, was that surface such that a vehicle would bottom out and collect any type of soil or grass clippings?
I would say no. I mean, I was driving a similar CID car at the time, just older model Impala, and it's not like we got stuck when we drove and parked in that same area.
Okay. So then was there a question about where those clumps of dirt and grass would have come from?
Yeah, it was a concern.
Okay. Did that remain I guess, a big question throughout the course of the investigation and up through the discovery of Breasia Terrell's remains on March 22nd of 2021?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Let me see what else. All right. So the next topic of discussion relative to those shoes and the cell phone records. Was law enforcement interested in knowing the movements of Mr. Dinkins after he left the apartment complex once he had had that contact with Officer Burkle?
Yes.
Okay. We saw the interview that you conducted with Mr. Dinkins. Was he willing to ever provide you any location information whatsoever?
In reference between the time he left Officer Burkle's to then meet with me, it was kind of just general area, said everywhere. But then he does provide that possibly went down to the motorhome, but he wasn't entirely sure if it was before or after meeting with Aisha. And then also
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm going to, I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 74, pages 1 through 4. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 74, pages 1 through 4. And then actually I've done a printout of that. Could you look at that exhibit? Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
How do you recognize that exhibit?
These are printouts of what I showed the defendant during the interview.
Were these the Google Maps that you were asking him to identify locations he had traveled to?
Yes.
Okay. And at any point in time, did he place any markings on those Google Maps to show you areas that he indicated he had been out looking for Breasia?
Not with a pen. He pointed at a couple different spots during the interview, but he would not mark down anything.
And what
the maps of kind of around the apartment complex.
Okay. For purposes of our record, how many maps are included within that exhibit?
4.
Okay. Page 1, what area of town does that map focus on?
It focuses around the apartment complex area, which would mainly consist of 53rd Street being the main thoroughfare and Jersey Ridge Road.
Okay. Page 2.
This goes further over to the east, still has some of the apartment complex, but then it starts, then it shows all the business areas, and it mostly captures 53rd and Elmore Avenue.
Page 3.
This would be southeast of the apartment complex. 46th Street and Elmore Avenue would be the two main thoroughfares in that printout.
And page 4.
This would be southwest of the apartment complex. 2 main thoroughfares there would be Jersey Ridge Road and 46th Street.
Okay. Now, what 2 locations did he identify having gone to during the interview that morning after he left the apartment complex?
We're talking about like the early morning hours. Like the first things he talked about was the Vince's place, which is 509 Taylor Street. And then he also mentioned Taylor Street and the quick 201.
All right. So Vincent Howard, did officers go out to that location and do an interview of Vincent Howard?
Yes.
Okay. Were you, did you go out that?
Hold up, Vincent
I went
Howard?
there first and made contact with him. I did a follow-up interview with him. It could have been a couple weeks after the event.
Okay. And then during law enforcement's discussions with Mr. Howard, did he corroborate what Mr. Dinkins had indicated, as well as DL, for activities they engaged in on July 9th? Once Mr. Dinkins picked up DL and Breasia and before they returned to the apartment complex?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about the second location. And this is prior to Mr. Dinkins' contact with Officer Burkle. So he gave a second location that he went to. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that location is what?
Besides going back to 509 Taylor Street?
Yeah.
Was the quick shop at 201 West 53rd Street.
All right. We've only got a few minutes before noon. I'm going to table that discussion. We'll come back to that after the noon hour. But now what I want to focus on is after he had his contact with Officer Burkle, where did he tell you he had gone?
That he was out looking for Breasia.
Okay. Did he ever mention stopping at 2 separate locations?
He mentioned going down possibly to the motorhome, but he wasn't sure if that was before or after meeting with Aisha, and then also Nita McQuay's apartment complex.
All right. And what was his stated reason for going down to the RV on Schmidt Road?
In the interview, it was believed to get gas money.
Okay. Did he indicate that he was running low on money?
And gas.
Okay. And so that's the reason that he gave for going to the RV over on Schmidt Road the morning of July 10th. And that's after Aisha has been notified that Breasia is missing, correct?
That is believed so, yes.
All right. That's his explanation, correct?
Yes.
All right. Who is Nita McQuay?
The defendant's sister.
Okay. What address does she reside at?
1321 East 39th Street, apartment 4.
Was there a search warrant obtained for Nita McQuay's apartment?
There was.
Why?
It was to try to locate those gold shoes, and then phones were also seized during that search warrant.
Okay. Whose phones were seized?
I can't speak for certain if it was Nita McQuay's that day, but there was phones located in the apartment complex that were seized.
Okay. Now, was Nita McQuay's phones one of those?
I don't know if it was on that day or a different day, but her phone was eventually taken.
Okay. Who is Helen Mosley?
The defendant's mother.
And was her cell phone seized at some point in the investigation?
I would have to be refreshed by notes.
Okay. And then let me ask you this. We've had Special Agent Fennerin talk about a number of cell phones that he processed and produced CAS data for. With that being said, was Helen Mosley's one of those phones that CAS data was generated for?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Why were officers interested in looking at Nita McQuay's phone and Helen Mosley's phone?
Because the defendant had some sort of interaction with them that morning.
Okay. With that being said, when those phones were analyzed, both for Nita and for Helen Mosley, did that put them anywhere in the vicinity of that apartment complex or locations associated with Breasia, where her remains were later recovered?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, You can answer the question.
And sorry, can you repeat it?
Yes, when the CAS data was obtained from Nita McQuay's phone and Helen Mosley's phone, did that data, as far as the locations of those phones, ever place them in areas of interest where Breasia would have been located?
No.
Or even the area where her remains were recovered later?
No.
Okay, all right. Now, let's stay with that topic of Nita McQuay's residence. Did the defendant tell you that he had gone to his sister's that morning?
Yes.
Okay, and did you have any sense of when he did that after his, in relation to his contact with Officer Burkle?
From our conversation, it sounded like it was after the fact, and it was right before he came down to the police station.
Okay, were there concerns about the phone being powered? Were there concerns when you saw that the phone had been powered on 3 separate occasions for Mr. Dinkins' phone?
Yeah, I mean, average person, to have your phone go off and go on 3 times, but it's not even logging the time that it's turning off. It's definitely a confusing thing to read in a Cellrite report.
Sure. If the phone had been powered on, would that then generate location information?
It would.
Okay. Given that Mr. Dinkins had changed shoes, were officers concerned about anything that he may be doing relative to himself and clothing items he may have been wearing earlier, or even bathing?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah. With that cell phone being powered off, were officers able to track his movements then that morning?
No, there wouldn't be a way in besides video surveillance or statements from witnesses.
I've been meaning to say this, but I want this to play out because I want to get through as much of it as I can. But y'all do know that he left that cell phone on purpose. I wonder if he showered at his sister's. Yeah.
And he turned it off.
And took the battery out. All of that. Took the battery out, left the cell phone, cut it off, all of that. Now, he was smart enough to try to, you know what I'm saying, do that. He was smart enough to do that. Like I said, the motherfucker been in trouble so much, he should have known not to talk to the cop. Good. But
yeah, I know. He should have kept his mouth shut. But I believe they found the shoes, didn't they? They found some work shoes.
They found something.
In the RV.
Yeah. But yeah, it's amazing that he had enough sense to do that with the cell phone, but not shut his damn mouth like in the interrogation room. That's amazing.
I believe he showered twice in that time.
I believe he showered at least once. I do believe that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do believe that. Now I don't know about twice. Could have been. He tried to cover his little funky ass tracks. He tried.
And with respect to Nita McQuay's apartment, does her apartment have a bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to establish that Mr. Dinkins actually had done more than just change tennis shoes based on events throughout the night of July 10th after midnight, and even when you had your contact with him at the apartment or at the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, there's video of surveillance from the Quick Shop that shows the defendant wearing a different pair of shorts and a wife beater.
Okay, all right. And so then were there concerns that he could have potentially bathed even before coming down to the Davenport Police Department once that was discovered?
That's a possibility.
Okay. Now, if an individual bathes and changes clothes, is that going to potentially impact evidence that officers would seek from that subject and clothing that they were wearing?
That could affect what evidence we'd get out of or from the defendant, yes.
Were officers interested in any type of DNA evidence that existed in this investigation?
Yes.
And would that involve clothing worn by Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
And would that also involve any type of DNA that may have been on his body?
That's correct.
Would that include anything underneath his fingernails?
Yes.
Okay. And even anything in the area of his genital region?
That is also correct.
Your Honor, this would be a great breaking point for the state.
We will adjourn at this time. We'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
That's why they couldn't find no evidence on him, even swabbing below and all that. He had showered. He cleaned himself up.
He did.
He cleaned himself up.
Let's fast forward to the lunch.
Bastard.
I guess they finished listening. I guess they might have skipped through or not gonna finish watching the interrogation. I don't know.
to the time frame after his.
Do you remember if they go back to the interrogation phone?
Honestly, I can't remember, True.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine because we
She
already watched
said-
it. Now, D True didn't see it. D True didn't see it.
Yeah, she said it was an hour long.
That wasn't it though. I don't think. I can't remember.
But that's what she told the judge. It's an hour long, Your Honor. He says, I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we did go all the way to the end to what they were showing. Unless there's a part 2 to it that she didn't show yet.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. She's still questioning him.
Contact with Officer Burkle up at the apartment. Having indicated that going back to cellular phone, were steps taken to try and identify his location throughout the morning?
It was done through cell phone records.
Okay.
That a search warrant was applied for his cell phone records, and then those records were turned over to FBI CAST data agent Rich Fenner, who then was able to plot the defendant's phone's activities.
The results of the survey Special Agent Fenner did of Mr. Dinkins' phone?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also have an opportunity just to review the results of the surveys conducted of Nita McQuay's phone, his sister, and his mother, Helen Mosley?
Their cell phone records as well, yes.
Okay. And from your review, did that cell phone of Mr. Dinkins hit towers in the area of where Nita McQuay lived?
That is correct.
Okay. Where does Helen Mosley live?
1321 East 39th Street, apartment 4.
Does Mrs. Mosley live with her daughter, Nita McQuay?
Yes.
All right. And Your Honor, may I utilize the Elmo?
You may.
Okay. Detective Obert, I'm going to direct you to State's Exhibit 62. I'd like to show you.
Oh, that's the picture. Okay.
It's just for purposes of perspective.
All right.
Okay. What is State's Exhibit 62?
It is the CAST data records and plotting of the defendant's phone number.
All right. And are these records that you had an opportunity to review once Special Agent Fenner did his analysis of Mr. Dinkins' cell phone?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, relative to the activity for the cell phone that day, I'd like to direct your attention to page 25 of that exhibit. Now, in looking at this exhibit, let's go up to our legend there in the upper left-hand corner. Are there 3 entries on our legend?
There is.
Okay. Is there an entry that sets forth the address of Nita McQuay?
There is.
Okay. And what is noted on page 25 of State's Exhibit 62?
Just in general about the entire thing?
No, just her address.
Oh, it's 1321 East 39th Street.
Okay. Now, as we look at this particular exhibit, does this document then have an icon
Thank you,
showing the location of where she resides? And I'm going to give you this pointer, and I want you to look back at what's displayed.
That would be the residence.
All right. For purposes of our written record, how is her residence denoted on this map?
It's a green box.
Okay. Did you?
I'm sorry, I didn't get you the answer. It's a green box.
Okay. Does that look green to you? Are you colorblind?
Partially.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Now, is there also an icon?
Wow.
For,
Are you
the
colorblind?
address
What the hell are you looking at?
East 53rd Street. That address.
What you say?
She was like, "Are you colorblind? What the hell's wrong with you? That's yellow, you dumbass."
Oh, wait a second. How many times did he change his clothes?
Yeah, but
was
that's
one.
coming up. But again, she's probably going to say, "So I need to tell you all these colors. You can't see any of them."
Damn, True. You can't fault the man for being partially colorblind.
say men are colorblind. Yeah, y'all don't know that? They say men are colorblind for real.
Mm-hmm.
I heard that a long time ago.
She was like, "That's green."
Looks green to me.
Shit. Oh Lord.
All right. And then I'll just ask you, what color does that appear to you on the diagram?
Red.
Red. Okay. All right. All right. So if we look at this, what is the time frame that Mr. Dinkins is hitting off cell towers or sectors in the area of Nita McQuay's residence?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes. As we look at this, what is the time frame that Mr. Dinkins' cell phone is hitting on cell towers and sectors within the area of Nita McQuay's residence?
From 9:35 a.m. to 9:44 a.m.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Going to page 26. As we look at page 26, again, if we go to our legend in the upper left corner, does it give us the address of Nita McQuay?
It does.
All right, can you show us where the icon is located on this page for where her residence is at? And then do we have Mr. Dinkins' cell phone hitting off towers in that area of town?
We do.
And what is the time frame for that?
9:44 a.m. to 9:52 a.m.
And then going to page 27. Actually, let me go ahead and move on beyond that. Going to page 29 of that exhibit. On page 29, in our legend, do we have the address for Nita McQuay?
We do.
Do we have Mr. Dinkins' cell phone hitting off cell towers in the area of her residence in this particular photograph?
That is correct.
And I shouldn't say photograph, but diagram. Can you show us what would represent the location of Nita McQuay's residence? And then during what period of time do we have his cell phone up in the area of her residence?
At approximately 11:46 a.m.
Okay, what's our starting range though? The top line.
11:29, but that's showing down in the southwest portion of Davenport.
Okay, all right, very good. So as we're looking at page 29 then, between 11:29 a.m. and 11:46 a.m., do we have him in two separate locations?
Yes.
Okay, so toward the 11:29 a.m., where is the cell phone hitting?
Southwest part of Davenport.
Can you go ahead and show that to us there on the diagram? Is that cell tower located anywhere in the area of Schmidt Road?
Schmidt Road's not on that portion.
Of the diagram?
Correct.
Okay, and then can you show us where the Mississippi River is? And then toward the 11:46, is that where he's back up toward Miss McQuay's residence?
That is correct.
Do we have Nita McQuay's residence again?
We do.
And is his cell phone hitting off towers near her residence?
Yes.
Can you show us the icon that would represent her residence? All right, and then do we have an entry for the Davenport Police Department?
We do.
And how is that represented in this particular image?
With a blue icon, and it says PD.
Can you show us where that's located at? What time would Mr. Dinkins' phone be up by Nita McQuay's residence?
Approximately 11:49.
And then what time then do we have his cell phone hitting a tower down at the Davenport Police Department?
At approximately 11:55 a.m.
What were the locations that Nita McQuay and Helen Mosley were identified as having been at? And actually, I want to rephrase that. What were the activities that they engaged in that morning?
Through statements made or through cell data.
We'll talk about the cell data, but through statements made.
Nita McQuay, in an interview, advised she went to the dog park, Northwest Dog Park, and then her and Helen Mosley eventually went to Meskwaki Casino.
Where's the Meskwaki Casino located?
Tama, Iowa, and that's northwest from here.
Okay. Did that bear out with what was noted in the CAS data for each of their cell phones?
That was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
What's previously introduced as State's Exhibit number 1.
All right.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's the CAS data for Helen Mosley's phone number.
I'm handing you State's Exhibit 111. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 111?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's the CAS data for Nita McQuay's cell phone.
Your Honor, may I use the Elmo to go through some documentation in each of these exhibits?
You may.
Focusing on State's Exhibit 111, Nita McQuay's CAS data for her cell phone. Page 4 of this exhibit. What is our date and time range on page 4 for Nita McQuay's phone?
It is from 12:58 p.m. on July 9th, 2020 to 8:26 a.m. on July 10th, 2020.
And generally, where is her cell phone located?
To the area of the apartment at 1321 East 39th Street.
Page 5. What do we have for activity here?
It is on July 10th, 2020 from 8:38 a.m. to 8:58 a.m.
Okay, and then what type of activity do we see relative to Nita McQuay's phone?
Appears like it's making some sort of movement from the northwest portion of Davenport back to the apartment.
All right, and would that be outside of areas associated with Andrea Culberson's apartment?
Yes.
Okay, going to page 6. What is documented for Nita McQuay's phone?
It's from July 10th, 2020 from 9 a.m. to 10:13 a.m.
What are we seeing as far as activity associated with that phone?
Looks to be the general area of the apartment complex of
And which-
1321 East 39th Street.
Her apartment complex?
Yes,
And is her apartment shown as an icon on page 6?
it is.
Could you please point that out for us so that we can see where that's at? All right. Going to page 7 then. What do we have here?
Cell tower data from 10:13 a.m. to 12:28 p.m.
And then what do we have as far as movement of that cell phone?
At 10:13 a.m. it's in Davenport, and then its progression or movement is northwest and appears to be 12:09 p.m. I can't make out any of those towns that are marked.
Okay. Where's Tama located on this diagram though? And is that represented by an icon on page 7?
It is.
All right. Going to State's Exhibit 110 for Helen Mosley. What is the date and time range noted on page 3 of this image?
July 10th, 2020, from 7:55 a.m. to 8:38 a.m.
Is there an icon for her residence there?
There is.
Can you show us where that is? And is her cell phone then hitting off towers in that sector?
It is.
Going to page 4. What do we have here?
Cell tower data from July 10th, 2020, 8:38 a.m. to 9:30 a.m.
Is there an icon showing where she would have resided?
Yes.
Show us where that is at. And then is her cell phone hitting on towers in that area?
Yes.
Okay. Going to page 5. What are we seeing here?
Cell tower data from July 10th, 2020, from 9:30 a.m. to 9:54 a.m.
Okay, and then is there an icon to show where she lives at?
There is.
Where's that at? And again, is her cell phone hitting off towers in that area?
Yes.
Going to page 6. What do we have in page 6?
July cell tower data.
And what is happening there?
Very similar movements, or almost the same as Nina McQuay's cell records.
Okay.
Are those the colorblind pictures?
So based on that information,
The colorblind.
for the cell
You talking about
The one she had up on the slide, they have no colors on them. Was that for him, the colorblind edition?
you know what?
There was no longer red and yellow on the paper at all.
phones of Nita McQuay and Helen Mosley away from their residence at points in time when the defendant would have been over there at the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And were there any overlapping times when his phone places him in the area of the apartment, and that would be Nita and Mosley's, where their cell phones are there?
That is correct. That happens around 9:40 a.m.
All right. And then as we get later on in the morning, then, is that where you see a separation of the family members' cell phones hitting at different locations as compared to his?
That is correct. Their movement starts around 10:15 a.m.
Speak to one issue, so this is clear for our record. When you were speaking with Mr. Dinkins about his cell phone, the contact name that he has for Aisha Langford in his cell phone was what?
Little Dink.
So any entry that has Little Dink would actually be the telephone number for Aisha Langford in his records?
That is correct.
All right. The next topic of conversation. Mr. Dinkins did identify for you a specific location that he went in the middle of the night. Is that correct?
That is night, 509 Taylor Street, and then the second one, the Quick Shop on West 53rd Street.
Where is that Quick Shop located in reference to a business that we would have all been familiar with at some time? Across the street from it.
North High School and the North YMCA is across the street from it.
All right. And would that be in the vicinity of what would have been the old Menards?
Yes.
Okay. So 53rd for our record runs what direction?
East-west.
All right. And then, so what side of the street would the Quick Shop be on?
South side of the street.
If you are at the apartment complex there at Jersey Meadows and you come out onto 53rd, what direction do you have to travel to get to the Quick Shop?
West.
All right. In the middle of the night, how would you describe the traffic flow on 53rd?
In my experience on night shift patrol for 2.5 years, at 3 in the morning, it's pretty light traffic.
That being said, then, can an individual travel fairly quickly from the apartment complex at Jersey Meadows to the Quick Shop?
Yes, they would run less chance of running into traffic or being stalled in the middle of traffic.
Okay. When you spoke with Mr. Dinkins, did he give you any idea of when he believed he had gone to the Quick Shop?
No.
Okay. Did he ever pinpoint a time for anything in that interview?
The only thing he said was after hours.
After hours? And after hours meaning what?
We didn't really elaborate much more on that.
Were you provided a frame of reference to work with to establish when he had gone to the Quick Shop?
There was no time given, no.
Let me be just a little bit more, I guess, be a little clearer. When Andrea Culberson was interviewed, did she give us times to work with for his movement during the middle of the night?
The only thing she could account for is at 3 a.m. when she woke up, he was no longer there. And then at approximately 3:30 a.m. is when the defendant arrived at the apartment complex and left shortly thereafter.
And at 3:30 a.m., was that the time when she looked out that bedroom window?
That is correct.
And at 3:30 a.m., when she looked out that bedroom window, what did she report seeing?
Seeing Berasia standing on the passenger side of the vehicle.
Okay. Does that framework then have any bearing on what you would have done relative to the video surveillance camera at the Quick Shop?
Yeah, the objective there, regardless of even that time, was just to get a general recovery of video footage from the Quick Shop to establish when the defendant would have went there.
Okay, let's step outside that discussion for the time being, and I'd like to establish a general framework for how the collection of video surveillance footage worked. All right, was there a massive canvas done of areas here in Davenport?
There was.
Okay, looking for what?
Any either canvas of witnesses that have seen anything or have seen Breasia, and then video surveillance that would capture either her whereabouts or any other things related to her disappearance.
Okay, what areas of town were the canvassing? Where was the canvassing conducted? That's to try and collect video surveillance footage that would show us movements.
We collected almost the entire city of Davenport. I mean, we had a bunch from the southwest end, a bunch around the area of the apartment complex. And then it was roughly 100 different businesses that were canvassed.
Okay. Outside of Scott County, were there areas that were canvassed for video surveillance?
Yes.
Describe.
There was video collection along Highway 61, along Highway 30, and then into Clinton as well. There was a large video collection canvas.
Okay. Were there a significant amount of video, or was there a significant amount of video footage that was seized from various locations?
There was.
Okay. With the collection of a significant amount of video footage, then describe what process was put in place to conduct a review and determine whether any of that video footage was relevant to this investigation.
The detectives that would go out to the field to try to recover that video footage, they would make contact with either the manager of the business, or if it's on a personal residence, they would talk with the owner. Depending on how that video footage could get downloaded, the detective would either bring a thumb drive or bring a DVD that it could be downloaded onto. Things were checked in place on timestamp to make sure that was accurate from that, so that could be reported accordingly when reviewing the video footage. Once that was collected from the detective, from the business owner, or the person that lives at that residence, it was taken down to the station, then turned over to what we call light duty officers or other detectives that are at the station that were assigned strictly to video review.
Okay. Now, in that video review, were there characteristics and vehicle descriptions that were provided for each of these officers so that they could use that to determine whether or not there was relevant activity in any of the footage?
Yes. When it came to stuff around Davenport, obviously the focus was number one is video footage, and then the Highway 61 or Highway 30, it was relayed to them that the maroon Impala that was Andrea Culberson's was a point of interest.
Okay. Why was that a point of interest along Highway 61 and even going into Clinton?
Because the defendant is located at the Walmart in Clinton at from approximately 6:51 a.m. to 7:10 a.m.
All right. And what vehicle was he associated with?
The maroon Impala is registered to Andrea Culberson.
Were there any types of identifiers on the maroon Chevy Impala that would help distinguish it from any other maroon Chevy Impala that might be out driving in Davenport, along the highway, or even in Clinton?
There was a couple of different distinct features about it. Have it very dark tinted windows. The sticker, and then there's also a sticker on the driver's side windshield that would be distinct from other vehicles having that.
Okay. And then were those characteristics utilized to determine whether or not you were observing the correct Chevy Impala? Footage was determined to have something relevant. Was that submitted to someone within the Detective Bureau to review and verify if it was significant to this investigation?
Yes.
Explain.
We had our own working spreadsheet of different vehicles that we thought could be the defendants or any other thing of significant evidentiary value. When that was logged into that spreadsheet, I would go in and take a look, and then I would review that stuff separate and determine if it was considered relevant or not to the investigation.
By going through that process, then, were you able to narrow down all of that video footage to specific locations where the Chevy Impala was traveling through?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now let's jump back in to where we left off. So at 3:30 a.m., we're at that point in leaving the apartment. At the quick shop, then, was there activity associated directly with Mr. Dinkins and that maroon Chevy Impala?
That is correct.
Describe.
The defendant and the maroon Chevy Impala arrive into the parking lot of the quick shop at approximately 3:33 a.m. The defendant gets out of the vehicle and enters into the quick shop and purchases $35 worth of gas and 2 Newport packs of cigarettes. Then a separate transaction was made for 1 Bic lighter.
Was there a receipt that was obtained for that transaction?
There was.
Okay. We've heard testimony from Detective Poyer relative to that receipt, and then photographs taken of the gas pumps to show the prices of the different gasolines available. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
All right. So to be clear, is Mr. Dinkins captured pumping gas into that car?
Yes.
And then as he comes into the store, can we clearly see what type of clothing he is wearing and what type of shoes he has on?
The the pumping of the gas would have been after he exited the store.
Certainly. But as
Okay.
he's coming into the store initially
Yes,
and even exiting, can we see what he's wearing
that is correct.
and the shoes?
Yes.
When you watch that video footage, what did you notice about the behavior of Mr. Dinkins when he went into the store?
At a point while he's at the counter, at approximately 3:34 a.m., he glances out to his left, which would be out towards the parking lot where his car would be parked. He makes 7 glances within a minute span.
Did that catch your attention?
Just off common sense, it appeared to me that he was concerned about something out in the parking lot, most likely his vehicle.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Dinkins have any keys in his possession?
He did. He had a lanyard that's shown on video. So that would, again, reduce the thought of he's not worried about it getting stolen because he has the keys with him, and the Impala headlights do go out while he's still inside the business.
Okay. And then as far as his pulling into the parking lot, can you see the vehicle where it pulled up to a gas pump?
Yes.
With the tint on the windows, are you able to see anything inside the vehicle?
You cannot.
When he pulled into that parking lot, was there any other vehicles out in the area of the gas pumps?
Not in the area of the gas pumps.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel list marked as State's Exhibit 151. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 151 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 151? And feel free to get into that envelope.
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 151?
It is the quick shop footage from 201 West 53rd Street. It is strictly from the time period of 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. on July 10th.
All right. Does that capture the activity of Mr. Dinkins when he pulls into that parking lot, enters the store, leaves, pumps gas, and departs the parking lot?
It does.
All right. Now, as far as how that perspective of what it would appear like if that disc was utilized.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, explain how it would be formatted.
In its original format, it requires a player that was downloaded when the video footage was downloaded. When you'd open up the player itself, you have to then go into the files, individual different camera angles. It only can show 4 different angles at one time, but there's 6 different angles inside the store and outside the store. Then you would click play, and then you can kind of jump into different times throughout that hour.
Okay. Now, were you able to take that feed and just create one continuous feed from the point in time that he came into the parking lot, entered the store, left, pumped gas, and departed?
That is correct.
Okay. So within that exhibit, is there a thumb drive that would include that consistent feed you have been able to produce? And I have it over here.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And have you had an opportunity just to review the feed that you put down on the thumb drive or put onto the thumb drive?
I was.
And is it consistent with what you would see in the disc format, but not just having to jump from frame to frame to frame, depending upon the camera angle?
Yeah, so it'll go to different camera angles on that, whereas compared to this, you have to watch them all separately.
Sure. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 151. Is that right?
Yes.
With the understanding that both the disc and the thumb drive are being offered, I have no objection at all.
Ms. Cunningham, can you verify that, please?
That is correct. And Your Honor, on the exhibit sticker, in addition to marking it as State's Exhibit 151, I noted disc and thumb drive.
Thank you very much. With that, Exhibit 151 will be admitted.
Okay. Your Honor, may we play this exhibit?
You may.
Back on y'all on our end. I don't know what they're doing. Hey, Danny, picking it from the bushes. Looking. Same to you, sweetie. Thanks for dropping in.
All right, we're ready, Your Honor. Was this camera accurate?
Yes.
Or I shouldn't say camera, was the time accurate for this footage?
So there is no timestamp on this one. But in the disc, when it shows, the timestamp is 2 minutes off.
Okay, so if it were to say 3:31, what time would it actually be?
3:33.
Okay. What has happened here?
The defendant has exited the vehicle and is now walking towards the quick shop.
And then can we see that lanyard?
Yes.
Now, as he's walking in, and let me pause this video if I could. How would you describe the clothing that he was wearing?
The subject is wearing a black do-rag, a white wife beater. Looks like white/blue shorts with a little darker blue on it, as well as possibly some pink. And then he's wearing gold shoes.
All right. Yeah, and so we're just going to go back just a little bit so that we can see that again as he's walking in. All right. And were those gold shoes consistent with what you observed when you were watching Officer Burkle's video, body-worn camera video?
It was.
Now, what do we need to pay attention to?
The subject glances out towards the vehicle.
How is he paying for this transaction?
With cash.
Damn, dude was slow counting out his change.
Yeah. This is crazy.
I believe that's a woman.
Yeah, that's a woman.
Whoever, they slow counting it out. Damn, how much change did he get?
And what happened here?
And
It appears he might have
who his cash?
out with some of his
But I
change.
think that's he did that on purpose.
And those were blue shorts,
Now,
not
in
the
this segment,
striped
what
ones,
did
right?
we see him doing?
They were
Exit
multicolored.
quick shop and walk back towards
Yeah,
the
they
vehicle.
look denim.
Initially, when we saw him coming back from the door, was that where he was turning to pick up whatever item had been left there on the counter?
That's correct.
And Detective Obert, what happens at this point?
Appears the defendant is pumping gas into the vehicle.
Okay. In the video, even when Mr. Jenkins, does he get in the car now?
Yeah, I just showed him briefly get in the car.
And just based on your observations, did he leave the gas pump going while he sat in the car?
It's due to the quality of the video footage and the car blocking majority of that. I can't say for certain. I would assume.
Okay. Can you even see him in the car from this video footage?
No.
All right. So does he stay in there just for a little bit before he gets back out?
That is correct.
And what's the weather like this time of year?
And during the summer months, I mean, it's cool. All depends on the weather for that day, but fairly warm in July.
Not true. I can't remember when he came back to the apartment when the
What has
police
happened
got
now?
there.
He exited the vehicle and is back towards where the gas tank would be.
What'd you say?
When he got back, he had on a white. When the police finally got there, didn't he have on a white T-shirt, but it was short sleeve, a white short sleeve T-shirt?
Yeah, it was.
It wasn't a
Yeah,
white beat.
it wasn't a white beat. Mm-mm.
See,
Yeah, he changed clothes
3 times.
Mm-hmm. He changed clothes definitely. Cause that outfit he got on. Let me go back a little bit.
That's the
This
denim.
outfit.
Those are the white denim. It had blue, yellow, and another color in it.
Yeah, it was like the bandana. The bandana. You remember the girlfriend described what he had on? She said that the shorts was like a bandana made. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, this is not what he had on at the police station. Mm-mm.
No.
Is his titty sticking out the side?
White wife beater. Looks like white/blue shorts with a darker blue.
All right.
You're colorblind. Cut it out.
Yeah, and so we're just going to go back just a little bit. We can see that again as he's walking in. All right.
What'd you say, this room?
Why is she making that?
And were those
She
gold
know
shoes
that man is
consistent with what you?
colorblind. She knows he's colorblind, and she making him tell colors and shit.
He's a
Then
little
you go
bit
to colorblind.
colorblind. He's not all the way.
No, not all the way. Mm-mm.
When you were watching Officer Burkle's video, body-worn camera video.
It was.
Now, what do we need to pay attention to?
The subject glances out towards the vehicle.
Yeah, he's nervous that somebody gonna look in that car.
Or no, he's scared that her ass gonna get out the car. Cause ain't nobody out there. He probably scared she gonna get out the damn car. I wish she would have and ran into the store, asking for help.
How is he paying for this transaction?
With cash.
He ain't got no job. Where you getting cash from?
Andrea, she the only one working.
That's why he's there.
I mean, dang, he got $35 worth of gas, a pack of cigarettes. Down, shit.
So that's another $20 right there. So he just spent 60. He gave her $100 bill.
And it
And what
took her that
happened here?
long to count out the
It
damn
appears he might have
change.
was about to walk out with some of his change.
Now, in this segment, what did we see him doing?
Exit the quick shop and walk back towards the vehicle.
Okay. Initially, when we saw him coming back,
That is correct.
He walks like Melissa.
Dang it. With that little limp.
and Detective Obert, what happens at this point?
Appears the defendant is pumping gas into the vehicle.
Okay. In the video, even when Mr. Dinkins, does he get in the car now?
Yeah, I just showed him briefly get in the car.
And just based on your observations, did he leave the gas pump going while he sat in the car?
It's due to the quality of the video footage and the car blocking majority of that. I can't say for certain. I would assume.
Okay. Can you even see him in the car from this video footage?
No.
All right. So does he stay in there just for a little bit before he gets back out?
That is correct.
And what's the weather like this time of year?
And during the summer months, I mean, it's cool. All depends on the weather for that day, but fairly warm in July.
What has happened now?
He exited the vehicle and is back towards where the gas tank would be, or the spot to put gas in.
Now, as he exit the lot, what direction would he be traveling?
East.
What would that take him toward that becomes relevant to conversation that we're going to be having here in a bit?
Continuing on 53rd Street would get you towards Welcome Way and Brady.
Okay. And which of those two streets would take you out of town on the Highway 61?
Brady.
Brady runs what direction?
North-south.
Okay. But if you catch Brady in that location, is that simply a one-way going out of town?
It is a one-way going north.
Okay. Now, we can't see a time counter on the footage that you've been able to put into that stream on this thumb drive, but did you document the time of arrival and the time of departure so that we've got a perspective of the time element associated with this activity?
That is correct.
Okay. Could you give that to us for purposes of our record?
The approximate time that he arrives is between 3:32 and 3:33 a.m. And then the time that he's leaving is approximately 3:38 a.m.
All right. Detective Obert, depending upon the clock in Andrea Culberson's apartment, would that be a sufficient amount of time to travel from Jersey Meadows over to the quick shop with minimal to no traffic on 53rd at this time of night?
Get there in 3 minutes.
Sure. What's the distance between the two locations?
I imagine a couple miles.
Okay. Now, I want you to look at State's Exhibit 38. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 38?
I am.
How are you familiar with State's Exhibit 38?
It's a printout that I worked with Sergeant Pfeiffer on that covers the overview of Davenport and Scott County, as well as Clinton County. And it shows our defendants' movements on the day of July 10th.
As we look at this exhibit, we need you to provide some further explanation. Sergeant Pfeiffer described just the general map and areas that were depicted on this map, but are there various images that have been placed on?
All right, Cooper say, and family, I'll leave a comment after truth. Oh yeah, I just got a feedback. Okay, I don't know what that is, but okay. I don't know what that is.
It's a questionnaire they ask. Do you recommend this channel? Do you enjoy this channel?
Oh, okay. Thank you, Cool Breeze. He was taking the battery out of the phone. Yeah, Daily. He did that.
The map for Scott County and Clinton County.
Yes, majority of them are stills of the maroon Chevy Impala, along with the associated times they would have been traveling past that camera. And then there's also the still of the defendant himself with a cart with 2 bottles of bleach inside it, and the receipt next to that.
Okay. For each image that appears, does it give us the location where that vehicle would have been traveling at to be captured on video surveillance footage?
Yes.
Does it give us a direction of travel?
It does.
And then does it give us a time?
That is correct.
Do all of these images come from video surveillance footage that was identified as being relevant to this investigation?
That is correct.
All right. Give me a moment to pick it up. Okay. On State's Exhibit 38, do we have an entry that has been placed on the map for activity there at the quick shop? And then if you would like, go ahead and step down, look at the map, and then take your pointer and then go back to the microphone and explain what it is that you're seeing.
the arrow that I just pointed to was showing 3:38 a.m. Of the Maroon Impala traveling eastbound.
And would that be its time of departure?
From the quick shop, yes.
All right. Let's reflect back to statements that Mr. Dinkins made during his interview. When Mr. Dinkins was talking about locations that he had traveled after his contact with Mr. Burkle, do you recall him referencing possibly going down to the RV, but he couldn't quite remember if he had or not? The stated purpose for going out to the RV?
To get gas money.
Okay. And why did he need to go out to the RV to get gas money?
He was running low on fuel, according to his statement.
Okay. Did he give you an idea of what little cash he had on his person that would have prompted him to go out to the RV to get cash?
We did not have that discussion, no.
All right. With the receipt that was obtained by Detective Poyer for the transaction at the quick shop, did it set forth the items purchased,
Yes,
the cost of those items purchased,
that is correct.
how those purchases were paid for,
Yes,
and the denomination of bill or bills that was given to complete the transactions we observed?
so we'll give the total, and then it says cash next to it. The total is $51 and some change, and then it says cash change on the next line, and that was $48 and some change.
Gotcha. May I approach?
You may.
All right. So I'm handing you State's Exhibit 88-1. I'd like for you to look at that. Did you review this receipt after your interview of Mr. Dinkins?
Yes,
Okay. And was this actually seized a little bit of time after your interview with Mr. Dinkins?
yes, I believe it was a week or so.
Okay. With the purchase of gasoline at the quick shop, how much gas was purchased?
$35 worth.
What is the gallon capacity for the gas tank on a 2007 Chevy Impala?
17 gallons.
Looking at the gas prices in the following exhibits, 8-2, and I don't remember what the last number is, give that to
88-3.
all right. In looking at the gas prices for low grade, mid grade, and premium, a purchase of $35, what would that be consistent with?
So if the subject were, if the defendant 2.14 cents a gallon, that would bring you to about 16.3 gallons worth of gas.
Okay. And then so with the $35 purchase, does that suggest that he filled up the tank of gas there?
Yes, that would almost fill it completely.
Okay. That being said, then what are the items that were documented as being purchased?
2 packs of Newport cigarettes and $35 worth of gasoline.
What was the total cost of items purchased?
$51.63.
And what was the amount of change that he received back?
$48.37.
Recognizing that, did he make any other purchase that morning that we know about?
Just following this, he did pay for that lighter, and that was $2 and some change.
Got it. All right. And then did he make any additional purchase that morning that law enforcement was able to establish?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would direct counsel to State's Exhibit 87, which has already been introduced. May I approach?
You may.
Okay. Handing you State's Exhibit 87. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 87?
I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 87?
It's a Walmart receipt from the defendant on July 10th.
Does that reflect the purchase that he made at the Walmart in Clinton?
It does.
What was the cost for the 2 bottles of bleaches that he purchased?
The total was $9.46.
All right. So if you were to subtract the bleach and that lighter from the change that he had received, where would he have been as far as cash that he would have had on his person?
Approximately $35 to $36.
All right. Is it his statement to you that he only had a couple of dollars on his person and had to go out to the RV?
Yeah, I mean, he was able to fill up almost the entire tank with $35 that night. And if he has that same amount still on him, he can fill that up whenever he needs to.
Okay. When the search warrant was obtained to drop the gas tank, to identify how much gas was still left in the tank, how much gas was still left in the tank?
4 gallons,
And again, what was the total capacity of this gas tank?
17.
Why were officers interested in knowing how much gas was still left in that tank?
It was to try to help establish how much distance was traveled with that Impala.
Normally, if a gas tank is filled up, generally, how many miles will you get out of a particular tank of gas?
Objection, this witness is not qualified to give such an opinion.
Sustained.
All right, and let me ask you this then. What type of vehicle do you drive?
2016 Chevy Silverado,
Okay, what's the capacity on your gas tank?
21.
21, all right. Just as a frame of reference, if you fill that up, how many miles, total miles, can you get out of that tank of gas?
Objection, irrelevant and immaterial to the issue in this case.
Your Honor, I think it bears a lot of relevance.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. At video surveillance footage or generate still photos from that video surveillance footage at the Quick Shop.
I did for my own, but I believe in what you're referencing to, that was done by the FBI and provided to us.
Okay, and then did you go through and review each of those still images?
I did.
Okay, does it give us a date and a time? There either outside the store or inside the store?
It does, and the timestamp on there is what would have been on if you were to play it as the player and not real time.
Okay, and again, what adjustment would need to be made? How many minutes?
2 minutes.
Okay, so if it says 3:30 on the counter, what then would that adjust to?
3:32.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as States Exhibit 145-1 through 145-26.
Again, be sugar girl, we still here. We just got a few minutes.
States Exhibit 145-1 through 145-26. I'd like for you to look at that group exhibit and tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is still photos of the video footage we just watched of the Quick Shop and the defendant arriving there, purchasing gas and cigarettes and filling up his vehicle and leaving.
Okay, and then as we go through these still images, will it have a point in time where he is captured in an image where we can definitively see his clothing and what it looked like?
There is.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce States Exhibit 145-1 through 145-26.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. All right, just to set the stage, what do we see on page 1?
You see the top picture is the headlights of the Impala as it's coming into the parking lot.
I get
What
it. I
direction is it
get
traveling into the
it.
parking lot?
It's traveling east.
Okay, and then does it show it in that bottom photograph where it's parked?
It does.
Okay, now these next few pages, let's just go through these. Is this page 2 more photographs of what we see out in the parking lot before he enters the store?
It is.
Page 3, would that be the case?
Yes. Yes. And then the bottom one shows him getting closer to the door.
Okay, and then so as we look at that, let me go back and look at page 4 real quick. All right. Would that be Mr. Dinkins more down here toward the lower portion?
It is.
Okay, and then on page 5?
More the same.
Okay, now, what point do we have him approaching that outside door as documented on page 6?
You can faintly see he hasn't entered the store yet, but he's at the door.
Okay, so the counter says what time?
The timestamp on the sheet says 3:31:45, but it would be 3:33:45.
And then in our bottom photograph?
He's just now entering the store.
All right. Now on page 7, does that simply?
See, since True, did you hear about Dinkins writing the letter to the judge coming to the state? Yes. Villa told me about it earlier and sent it to me. Yes, I got it, see, since thank you. I think I'm gonna review it when I get off of here. We're gonna come with it tomorrow. I just want to see what it is before I play it. But yeah, I got it. Thank you, C-Sense.
Show him there at the counter as purchases are being made.
It does.
Page 8, would that also be the case?
It does.
Page 9, is that also the case?
Yes,
Page 10, is that also the case?
it is.
Page 11, is that also the case?
It is.
Page 12, is that also the case for that top photograph?
Yes.
Detective Obert, there are a number of images associated with his presence there at the cash register. Were there certain things in particular that was being captured as he stood there in the photograph?
Yes, there was a few of them of stills where you can see the direction of his head is facing out towards the parking lot.
Will that give us a sense of how many times he kept looking out toward the parking lot as you go through those series of photographs?
Yes.
All right, now let's go to page 13. On page 13, what do we have here?
The top one is.
Okay. So is this at the point of his first entry?
Yes.
All right. As we look then at this photograph or these photographs, give us very specific physical descriptors. First of all, for his top.
Yes.
Give us
White,
a very
white beater. Again, they're white or blue or light blue, and then with darker blue and possibly some pink on them as well that come at it at like an angle for some sort of emblem or signature on there.
Okay. And then the shoes.
If you want to push
Pull it
it
up,
slightly
sure.
up.
I will,
I think this will have a
absolutely.
Clear shot. Yep. So there are the.
It's exhibit 128. Looking at what he was wearing when he came into the police department, and even looking at what he was wearing as far as clothing when he dealt with Officer Burkle. Is the t-shirt different?
Compared to the quick shop, yes.
Are the shorts different?
Yes.
In search warrants that were applied for, were search warrants looking for the clothing that he had on when he was in the quick shop?
We were set out to look for those pieces of articles of clothing. Sorry.
What steps were taken to try and identify the articles of clothing that he was wearing there at the quick shop?
Can you re-ask that question?
Yeah. What steps were taken to try and locate the articles of clothing he was wearing as depicted in the quick shop video?
Search warrants at several residents and vehicles.
All right. Which vehicles?
The maroon Chevy Impala, the Camaro, the black Camaro with the features or the imprints on them, and then as well as the Kings Highway motorhome that is registered to Nina McQuay, the apartment complex at 2744 East 53rd Street, and Nina McQuay's apartment complex at 1321 East 39th Street, apartment 4, as well as 1909 Grand Avenue.
Okay, I'll talk with you about 1909 Grand Avenue here in a minute. Were those shorts, that t-shirt, and those gold shoes ever located in the course of the investigation?
The shorts, I'm very confident to say we did not locate those. The wife beater, white, that's a fairly common thing to have, so we might have come across a couple of those in one of the search warrants.
Certainly. In the back of the black Camaro, was there a white wife beater's t-shirt?
I can't speak on that.
Okay, all right. Did Mr. Dinkins actually have more than like one of the white t-shirts that you noted when he came into the department?
Through search warrants, yes, we were
Okay.
able to locate multiple like t-shirts.
And the white wife beater t-shirt, was that another article of clothing that was more common for him?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then did you ever locate the gold shoes?
No.
What's the significance of 1909 Grand Avenue?
The defendant had phone communication with a subject by the name of Genesis Johnson the night on July 9th. So detectives went out and spoke with her. Her first statements to police was that she hung out with the defendant that night. So when we executed a search warrant on that residence to try to locate those items that we just mentioned.
And were they located at the residence of Genesis Johnson?
They were not.
To this date, were those gold shoes ever located?
No.
To this date, were those shorts ever located?
No.
All right. And then because of the nature of the t-shirt that he was wearing, do you believe that you've ever located that t-shirt?
I can't say confidently yes
Sure.
or no.
Going back to State's Exhibit then 14, very simply, or page 14 of State's Exhibit 145.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, going back to our Exhibit 145, looking at page 14.
All right.
Just tell us what we're seeing here.
Subject entering the store.
On page 15,
The top one looks like he's about to head out, but then he's turning back in the bottom one.
page 16,
Then he's walking out of the store,
page 17,
walking towards the vehicle.
page 18,
Still looks like he's walking towards the vehicle.
19,
He's getting closer to the vehicle.
and then actually from pages 20 through 36, is it just more of the still images capturing what we
Watched.
Okay, and then finally, let's just go to that last page for a timestamp. What time do we have him departing?
It's at 3:36 on the timestamp, but accurate and true time would be 3:38.
Okay. Detective Albert, after you concluded your interview of Mr. Dinkins, what was your next step in the investigation?
After I was done interviewing the defendant, I also spoke with Aisha Langford and DL
Okay, where did that conversation take place?
at the Davenport Police Station.
Okay, what was the substance of your conversations with Aisha Langford?
Again, gathering her information and then understanding the family dynamics of Brazier Terrell and DL and relationship with the defendant, and then how it came to be on the defendant having Brazier and DL for that night, and also clothing that was packed or worn as a part of it as well.
Okay, in those discussions that you had with Aisha Langford, did she indicate to you where she had been at on July 9th when Mr. Dinkins came to pick up DL and then Briasia ultimately ended up leaving?
On Checkers on East Locust Street.
And actually, there time card records just to lock down the times that she had been at work.
Yes, included what she was scheduled to work and then her actual timestamps.
All right, and I would represent, we've introduced that through Ms. Langford. All right, now, when you were talking about the clothing items though, was there any discussion about whether or not she would have packed pajamas for the children?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Did that particular fact become something of interest when considering what happened after the children took their baths that night there at the apartment?
For example, what we've heard is the changing of them into the large white t-shirts provided by the defendant.
Okay, and then what size of t-shirt are we dealing with when we talk about large white t-shirts?
For the one that was located on the defendant on that day, it was a 4XL.
All right. Was there a large white t-shirt located with the skeletal remains of Briasia?
There was.
And what size was that?
4XL.
All right. Now, when you talked with Ms. Langford at the department that day, could she provide you any definitive information about the shoes that Briasia would have been wearing when she went with Mr. Dinkins?
There was at least established some sort of sandal or flip-flop or slide, and potentially white or blue.
Okay. And beyond that, was there discussion of a potential pink flip-flop that she may have been wearing?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, as you went throughout the course of the day then, law enforcement, in terms of their perspective and what they would be looking for as far as was in play?
The sandals, because Aisha Langford did just get some of the clothing back. So the sandal and then potentially some black shorts that she was wearing as pajamas, and then large white t-shirt.
Okay. All right. All right.
The
And
4XL, sorry.
the 4XL. Okay. So what were the two the shoes then that we were looking for?
The flip-flops or sandals that were possibly pink or blue or white.
Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Now, once you concluded your interview with Ms. Langford, who did you speak with next?
DL.
All right. What time of day would your interview with Aisha Langford have started?
Approximately 1:48 p.m.
So were you done with your interview with Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Any information you gained from Aisha Langford then, did you not have that? You didn't have that information available when you spoke with Mr. Dinkins, would that be fair to say?
That would be fair to say.
And then when you spoke with DL, describe what occurred during that conversation.
we talked about the activities over the course of the night, and then what happened this morning.
Okay. Did DL provide information about where he, his father, and Breasia went after Mr. Dinkins picked them up at Grandma's house?
He provided the apartment complex as
Okay.
a place that they went.
Okay. But before that, did he talk about them having stopped off at a friend's of Mr. Dinkins?
Another friend's, yes.
Okay. And then did he describe what it is that they did? Reported to you?
Yes.
All right. And then the address you were able to identify as what address?
509 Taylor Street.
And that came through here. Who?
Just through conversation with the defendant, we were able to figure out that's where that subject lived after he identified it.
Actually, what Mr. Dinkins and DL had reported.
That's correct.
All right. After going to the Howard residence, then DL, did he indicate the next location that the three of them would have gone to?
The apartment complex.
Okay. Did you know what vehicle the three parties were in that day when Mr. Dinkins picked them up?
It was mentioned the Camaro, but in my interview with the defendant, he wasn't entirely sure.
Okay. Was the child pretty certain about what vehicle it was?
Yes.
And did Anita Gardner even know what vehicle it was? And I don't know if, well, you didn't interview Anita Gardner, did you?
I did later in the investigation, later on in the investigation.
And then did she know what vehicle Mr. Dinkins had picked the children up in?
It was always the Camaro.
All right. Then was there a description by DL about what happened after they left the Howard residence?
They went up to the apartment.
Okay. What did the activities consist of?
Playing video games, eating supper. He went into detail about popcorn and two other things. Blanking on that, sorry. And then they also showered that night as well.
Okay. And then after showering, what information was provided to you about what happened?
That DL and Breasia were in the bedroom for the remainder of the night, and that Andrea and the defendant were in the living room for the remainder of the night until several of the parties fell asleep.
Okay. Did DL ever report being awakened by something?
Not in my interview, but it was relayed that he was kicked at some point, or that he woke up and started crying and realized Breasia wasn't there.
All right. You described interviewing him. You'd also mentioned another detective was involved in the interview of DL. Is that right?
That is correct.
Was that a topic of discussion that he had with the other detective?
Yes.
And who is that detective?
Detective Hamas.
All right. And then as far as what happened in the middle of the night leading up to the discovery that Breasia was no longer there in the apartment,
I'm sorry.
then what was the further discussion about what happened throughout the middle of the night and his discussions about the discovery of Breasia no longer being there in the apartment?
He talked about Andrea calling out to him to have him come into the living room. And then at some point, it's realized that the defendant comes back and then takes DL with him.
Is awake and actively describing events that are developing.
Yes.
Does that give us information relative to where he had been traveling that morning?
Yes, and we found that out through video surveillance and the defendant's cell phone records.
Okay, all right. So the child's description of what happened, was it consistent with independent evidence that corroborated what the child had said?
As far as to what point?
Let's talk about the Walmart area.
It does.
Okay. What happened up there in Walmart or at Walmart in Clinton?
They arrive at the Walmart parking lot at approximately 6:50 a.m. The defendant exits out of the vehicle, goes up to the doors, tries both doors, is realizing that the store is not open. He returns back to the vehicle. They leave the lot at approximately 6:54 a.m. They come back into the lot at 6:57 a.m. The defendant exits the vehicle at 6:58 a.m. Goes up to the doors, has to wait outside for several minutes. He's not able to get inside Walmart until 7:04 a.m. And then he is seen purchasing bleach, and then he exits and gets back towards the vehicle and leaves at approximately 7:10 a.m.
Okay. Did the child provide any information as to why there would have been that ping that was noted having occurred on a cell tower in the area of Comanche and Clinton?
According to interviews with other detectives, DL advised that he grabbed the defendant's cell phone out of this center console and put the battery back in the phone and powered it on. This happened at 7:02 and 7:03 a.m.
Would that have placed Mr. Dean door?
He'd been at the front entrance doors,
Oh, at the front entrance doors, waiting to enter.
waiting to enter. He doesn't enter until 7:04 a.m.
All right. And then in the child's statement, did he indicate what he did when Mr. Dinkins exited that store?
The DL advised that he took the battery back out of the phone and put it back where he found it.
Why?
So the defendant wouldn't find out that he was messing with the phone.
And then, of course, when we talk about location information from the cell phone at that point in time, did we have any information other than that ping?
No.
Okay. Did you review video footage that had been flagged by light duty officers showing a path of travel for that Impala out of Davenport and to the Walmart in Clinton?
That is correct.
Describe.
Detective Rashi was reviewing mile marker 124 camera, which is on Highway 61, just north of Davenport. She noted a maroon Impala passing that mile marker 124 at 6:11 a.m. We are confident that that's the one because of the sticker on the rear trunk, as described earlier, that when comparing images of Andrea Culberson's maroon Impala, that's why we can say it's that vehicle. And then we have it again at Posh Farms, which is 6441 Lincoln Way, just west of Clinton. And that it's seen on that camera at 6:43 a.m.
On State's Exhibit 38, can you show us where mile marker 124 is? Okay. Now, is there a still image that was taken from that video surveillance footage showing that path of travel at 6:11 a.m.?
There is.
Okay. What direction is the Impala traveling?
North.
Okay. Do you identify the time and video footage or location of where that video footage was taken?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So looking at Highway 61, what would have been the path of travel of the vehicle then, based on observations made at Posh Farms? Presumably.
Presumably it would have C1 north and then gotten off at the Highway 30 exit and then would continue east into Clinton. And then what I'm marking now is what Posh Farms would have captured on the camera at 6:43 a.m.
What direction was the Impala traveling on at that time on Highway 30?
East.
East, okay. And then do you have an image from the Posh Farm video surveillance footage that shows that vehicle traveling east on Highway 30?
It is not displayed here.
Okay. However, is there an image that will show that vehicle traveling back past that location?
Yes.
Okay. Is there an entry, though, that is not an image, but an entry for Posh Farms that gives us the time it traveled past that location going east into town?
That is correct.
Show us where that's at and indicate what is documented.
6:43 a.m. on 7/10/2020 eastbound.
All right. And then after the vehicle passes Posh Farms, is it captured on any other video surveillance footage before going into the Walmart store?
At First Central Bank in Clinton, which is just around the corner from the wall.
Okay. Once it passes First Central State Bank, does it enter the Walmart store?
It enters the Walmart parking lot, yes.
Okay, the Walmart parking lot. All right, now do we have a still image on this diagram for what was noted in that video surveillance footage from First State Central Bank?
It is not.
Where canvassing would have been done and searching would have been done.
Yes.
All right, so the entry, how does it appear? Is it simply a descriptor?
Yes, it just says 6:49 a.m. eastbound.
All right. Then we're at the Walmart, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, now, I'll talk with you about the Walmart video footage, but let's continue that path of travel if we could. Is that vehicle picked up on any video surveillance cameras after it leaves the Walmart?
Yes.
What's the first camera it's picked up on?
As it's leaving the lot, it's quickly picked up back on that First Central State Bank at 7:10 a.m.
What direction is it traveling?
westbound.
Is it picked up on the video surveillance cameras at Posh Farms?
It is.
What time is it traveling westbound? It's traveling westbound on Highway 30, and before it gets to Highway 61, is it actually picked up at another location?
Yes.
And what is that location?
DeWitt Travel Center at 7:26 a.m.
Where-
Side of DeWitt.
Okay, so what time does it travel westbound past the DeWitt Travel Center?
7:26 a.m.
And then do we have that vehicle ever going back south on 61?
We do.
Where's it picked up at?
Again, on mile marker 124.
Is there an image showing it going past mile marker 124 traveling southbound?
There is.
And what time then does it travel southbound past mile marker 124?
7:52 a.m.
Detective Obert, where is mile marker 124 relative to our more rural communities as you travel out of town? You know, we've got Eldridge, Long Grove, Parkview. Where's it located at relative to those communities?
It's in between Eldridge and Davenport.
All right. And would that be before the LeClaire Road exit that would take you into Eldridge?
That's correct.
Ms. Cunningham, I think we'll take our afternoon break at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll be in adjournment for 15 minutes. Thank you.
The judge got to pee.
Everybody needs a break, D-True. This stuff be tedious. I'm gonna see how long I think we're gonna finish this out today. See, we at 6:05. It says, okay, let me get through the break.
We got 15 minutes till we hit the 4-hour mark.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it to the 4-hour mark, and I'm getting off of it. I'm trying to get through as much as I can, y'all. I'm trying. Okay, so they come back in at 6:30. The whole video is 7:26. I got it on double time. So we might get through this today, y'all. I think we will. If y'all still here, so I'm gonna let it play out. We're gonna listen to the end of this video.
Okay.
It's probably gonna be about 30. It's probably gonna be about 30 minutes of time.
Detective Obert, what I'd like to do is go back then to activity before he traveled out of town and headed into Clinton. Now, by virtue of information that was provided in an interview of Andrea Culberson, did her statement correlate with a path of travel taken by Mr. Dinkins before he headed out and was documented going past mile marker 124 at 6:11 a.m.?
Not through any interview or anything that I conducted with her. It was just that the defendant arrived at the apartment, picked up Notorious, and left.
Okay, thank you. All right, so then the time frame that we were working with, if he, that Impala is traveling down Highway 61 going north at 6:11 a.m., was there a specific time that could be provided as to when Mr. Dinkins got back to the apartment and picked Notorious up?
Sometime prior to that. I mean, so there's video footage of the Impala at 5:55 a.m. near it would appear as if it's possibly leaving from the apartment complex. And through video surveillance and cell phone records, it appears that the defendant makes a loop back to the apartment complex.
Okay. What is the first location that his vehicle is picked up at where it appears that he's left the apartment complex?
5:55 a.m., which is at the Quick Star, 2000 block of East 53rd Street.
And then what two major north-south streets does that Quick Star lie between?
The two main ones would be Eastern Avenue and Jersey Ridge Road.
Okay. Relative to Jersey, would it be to the east or west of Jersey?
It'd be to the west of Jersey.
And then relative to Eastern, would it
be to the east and Eastern?
And which side of 53rd does it lie on?
North side.
The north side. All right. Then from there, were you able to determine a path of travel based on additional video surveillance footage?
Yes.
Okay. Describe.
In the 6100 block of Eastern Avenue, we have the vehicle going northbound on Eastern. This is captured from a residence at 6138 Judson Circle, and that's at 5:57 a.m.
5:57. Yep. And then after it passes that location, well, what direction is it traveling on Eastern?
North.
Okay. What major street would it be heading toward once it passed that residence on Judson Court, heading north on Eastern?
It'd be Veterans Memorial.
Okay. And then where is it picked up next traveling?
Southbound on Jersey Ridge Road in the 5900 block. This was captured from a residence at Woodland Avenue, 5915 Woodland, and that was at approximately 5:59.
Camera face
5:59 a.m.
Does that video surveillance, can you use Veterans Memorial Parkway to travel from Eastern back east toward Jersey?
Yes.
Okay. And then when is it picked up next?
It would be northbound off that same camera at 5915 Woodland Avenue, heading north at 6:05 a.m.
And then from there, then the next step on would be what?
6:11 a.m. on mile marker 124.
Okay. Now, Andrea Culberson had testified, notorious. He had left with a bag of the children's clothing. She had him take his cell phone and then called him back because there was another bag that children's clothing was in. And so he returned to the apartment. That path of travel that you've described through that video surveillance footage from those 3 locations, would that be consistent with the testimony provided by Andrea Culberson?
That would be.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you State's Exhibit 62, and specifically, I want you to look at page 14 of that exhibit. Again, had you reviewed this CAS survey that Special Agent Fenner completed for the defendant's phone records?
Yes.
All right, on page 14, as far as locations where Mr. Dinkins' cell phone was being plotted, the locations of where it's being plotted, is it consistent with the path of travel that you've described based on the camera at the Quick Star on 53rd, the camera for Judson that faces out onto Eastern, and then the other camera, Woodland Avenue, right?
Yes.
That faces out onto Jersey Ridge.
It does match that, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish this?
You may.
Describe what we're seeing on page 14 of this exhibit.
Um,
And if you could take the pointer and then just look back on the screen to walk us through that. Where's 2744 East 53rd Street? And is there a number beside it?
Yes, it's labeled, there's a number below it that has 1.
All right. From there,
The motion, I mean, the arrows are indicating that it's up towards west on 53rd, and then the next direction is north on Eastern.
and then from there,
It's a Veterans Memorial, and then heads back east on Veterans Memorial, and then south on Jersey Ridge Road.
all right. And then when you go back to that video surveillance footage, do we see it then traveling back north on Jersey Ridge?
We do.
All right. The numbering there, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is that consistent with the path of travel that you noted in the video surveillance footage?
It is consistent, yes.
Detective Obert, after those locations were plotted in the telephone records provided by Mr. Dinkins' service provider, do we see that phone hitting off any cell phone towers on Highway 61?
No,
Do we see that cell phone hitting off any cell phone towers as that vehicle turns onto Highway 30 and heads east into Clinton?
no,
Other than the pinging there at the Walmart, do we see that a phone hitting off any cell phone towers as it travels west on Highway 30 out of town?
no,
Do we see that cell phone hitting any towers at all as it travels south back on 61?
no.
And then at what point are we able to determine the location of that phone once again?
It's at approximately 8:08 a.m. And it's southwest part of Davenport.
If you could go down to our diagram and show us what area you are talking about. And that would be State's Exhibit 38. Describe the area that you're pointing to.
There's I-280,
Don't take me there, just tell me the area generally, and then we'll walk a path.
southwest part of Davenport. And it's lined by the city.
Okay, would that be in the area of Credit Island?
Yes,
And would that be in the area of Schmidt Road? Okay, now if you're going south on Highway 61, is there a major interstate that runs east and west that an individual can then access and travel around what would be our westernmost border of Scott County?
yes.
Show us where I-80 is located on the diagram. Okay. So if you travel west on our diagram, if you're standing looking at it, where would it be located? Okay. And would that be to the left side of the exhibit?
Yes.
Now, as you continue west on 80, is there a north-south thoroughfare that runs along Davenport's western border?
There is.
What is that?
I-280.
Can you please show us? Okay. If you travel then south onto 80, will that take you down to the area of River Drive?
Yes.
Okay. Can you get off of?
Yes.
Okay. For purposes of discussion, during this period of time, was there any construction going on down in that area along River Drive?
There was, and it's on the map as well.
All right, go ahead and take your seat. We'll talk about that. Describe the construction work that was going on during that period of time.
It was at the intersection of River Drive and Rockingham Road.
Okay. And so if you got off of Highway 280 to access River Drive, could you drive straight along River Drive toward Credit Island, or would you have to take another route around that?
You'd have to take a detour around that.
Okay. Can you describe activity that was picked up for Mr. Dinkins' phone at 8:08?
The only thing I can speak on or will speak on is that there is a possibility to get onto Concord eventually and then head north towards Rockingham Road. And at the Hy-Vee on Rockingham, 3019 Rockingham Road, there is video surveillance that shows a maroon Chevy Impala north on Concord and then east on Rockingham.
All right. Let's just set the stage for that area of town for the time being. And then we're going to come back to that when we discuss further contact that you had with DL at the apartment complex. All right. Now, Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 86, consisting of 3 discs.
Could you wait just a moment, Ms. Cunningham? Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. My court reporter and I just had to discuss the real time that I'm utilizing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 86 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 86?
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 86?
Walmart surveillance video footage.
Okay. Is this for the Walmart in Clinton?
Yes.
All right. I had a thought. Let's address this and we'll go back to it. Detective Obert, if an individual wanted to purchase Clorox and they live in the Jersey Meadow apartment complex, is there a location where they could very quickly go to purchase Clorox?
There's a Walmart within a mile and a half from where the defendant was staying at the apartment complex.
Okay. And so therefore, would there be any need to go to Clinton County to purchase Clorox?
No, there's 3 Walmarts within a 10-mile radius of that apartment complex before you have to get to Clinton for another Walmart.
All right. Going back to State's Exhibit 86, what is it?
It is the Clinton Walmart surveillance video footage.
Okay. How many discs are within that particular exhibit?
There are 3.
Okay. Does this exhibit capture activity in the parking lot related to the maroon Chevy Impala and Mr. Dinkins during the early morning hours when he approached the store and entered it?
Yes.
Does it capture his activity inside the store?
Yes,
And then does it also capture activity involving his departure?
it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 86.
Exhibit 86 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I play portions of these discs?
You may.
Okay. Are there a number of different camera angles for the parking lot at the Walmart store in Clinton?
There are.
And if you could, describe what it is that we need to look for. As you do that, is it giving us a date?
It does. I'll point to it, which is Friday, July 10th, 2020, and then 6:49 a.m. as this county.
All right. When generally does Mr. Dinkins first enter the parking lot in that maroon Chevy Impala?
It's going to be coming up here shortly, right before 6:50.
Okay. And then can you give us a sense of what direction it will be coming into the parking lot?
I can point to it on the screen.
Is that the maroon Chevy Impala that's coming
That
in?
is.
Okay.
Come from the top right to the left of the screen.
And then the time generally would be what?
6:50.
Okay. Now, is there feed that shows us approaching the Walmart?
Like if a person was to walk on foot and enter the business?
Well, yeah, and we're probably going to be more circumspect, but will we see him approaching and waiting at doors for the store?
Yes.
Okay. Is the store open at this point in time?
Not before 7 a.m., no.
Detective Obert, what do we have here right now?
It is one of the general entrances to the business. Camera views. It's 6:59 a.m. right now. We see the defendant standing near two other people in line waiting to go into Walmart.
Okay. I know that we're not showing all views, but when he got there originally, was he able to get into the store?
No, he approached the store at approximately 6:51, went to both general entrances and returned back to his vehicle and left.
And then did he come back into the parking lot?
He did.
Okay. And what time would he headed back into the parking lot?
At approximately 6:58.
All right. So then is this the second time that he's approached the doors to enter the business?
It is.
All right.
So he's got the white T-shirt on and the gold shoes. So this is what he
he done
wearing.
changed clothes at this point. Yeah.
So from the tank top to this, and the gold, those are the gold shoes.
Yeah. Where he must have had clothes. Because the lady didn't say nothing. She didn't mention nothing about him trying to clothes at the house.
He had clothes in his RV, remember?
That's what I was just going to say. He must have had clothes in the RV.
Yeah, see that old white lady. She's look at her. Look, she's standing right on the X, right where she's supposed to be. Look at that.
He's so silly. Yeah. Yeah. That's yeah.
From this angle, the defendant tries to go up to the door closer and ends up just walking over to the other entrance. So we're not sure what time these people were able to enter, but we know he used the other door and he was eventually able to get in around 7:04 a.m.
And I bet he said, "I thought y'all were open at 7."
How is Mr. Dinkins dressed?
Gold shoes, appears to be the same shorts that we that he was wearing when he came down to the police station, white T-shirt, and then a black do-rag.
Okay. So still he has those gold shoes.
That is correct.
It is some bullshit when the cops go, "Hey, I'm gonna need them shoes." Oh, what am I supposed to wear home? I better have somebody bring you something, but you ain't wearing them
Are we
shoes
past
home.
the 7 o'clock hour at this point?
We are.
Where are we at?
7:01 a.m.
I noticed this was July of 2020, correct?
Yes.
This is the heighten of the pandemic, correct?
Yeah, like right. Yeah, because it
Yeah,
started.
because everything shut down in March of 2020. And it's just July.
Mm-hmm.
I see two people with masks on and he ain't got a mask on.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they looking at him crazy.
Right.
That's why they on the X's.
Yeah. She's no longer on the X. That's because his big fat ass got close to her. He said, I'm gonna back my ass up.
Yeah, we too close.
But at this time, everybody was wearing masks.
Mm-hmm.
Except him.
Child, he ain't thinking about masks. He trying to get that bleach. He trying to cover his damn tracks and shit of that nature.
He probably went to like one of them little convenience stores and they tried to charge him $10 for a bottle of bleach. He's like, fuck that, I'll wait for Walmart to open.
Because he went to that's why I said he went back and forth. Because if you think about it, he went to the gas, he could have got the bleach out of there.
Right, but the cop said, or detective said, he passed a Walmart to go to this Walmart.
Yeah, they said Walmart, right? Yeah, I forget who was on the stand. I want to say the girlfriend, but it might have been somebody else that established that it's a Walmart.
No, he
right
just said it. The guy on the stand now, the detective.
I know somebody said it earlier too, is what I'm saying. Somebody
next
said
to the house. Yeah, but that wasn't open. Yeah, but that wasn't open because that during the pandemic they didn't open until 7 a.m.
Yeah. Wow. I didn't even think about that phone because they sure got their man.
Yeah, there's one close to the house. So he went out of his way. He passed like 2 Walmarts to get to this Walmart.
I think this Walmart is closer
to where he
to
needs
the
to
RV.
be.
Yeah, to the RV.
I'm thinking, I bet you this Walmart here is closer to that RV.
Mm-hmm. The pond where he dropped her off in the RV.
The pond in the RV.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I bet you it is. Yep.
Yeah, he the only one without the mask because the lady behind on the side of him got a mask on.
And they looking at his ass crazy too.
Yeah, because everybody, even they had signs on the door saying you have to have a mask.
Where are we at relative to our time frame?
7:03 a.m., which would have been the approximate time of that phone ping in Clinton.
When you watched video surveillance footage, was there any footage that ever picked up the vehicle traveling at a point where we could see through that front windshield?
There was. That was when he was leaving the lot for the first time at approximately 6:54 a.m. There was a passenger.
Okay. And then for purposes of our written record, what just happened?
The subject went up to the door. The defendant went up to the door and then now has moved over to another entrance to try to gain access into the business.
Okay.
Look at that old lady's like, where the fuck are you going?
To frame 4. Let's go ahead and set up frame 4. Tell me what we're going to see in frame 4.
It should be the other entrance to the Walmart and eventually show the defendant being able to enter the business.
Okay. Where are we at on our counter?
7:04 a.m.
And remember, he said about 7:03 is when his phone pinged again. That's when the little boy put the battery in his phone.
There, the defendant just entered the business shortly before 7:05 a.m.
All right. I'm getting a little help from my younger assistant here. All right. And then what time did he enter the store?
Just a little bit before 7:05 a.m.
All right. Now we're going to jump over to another video segment. Is there a segment that will show where he goes in the store and makes a selection?
It does.
Is that Shrek?
What video?
Is that Shrek right there walking in? Is that Shrek?
No, damn Shrek. That's a bald white man. Shoot, did you see the guy that found
with his ears sticking out there? He looked like Shrek.
They found the skull and they asked him what did he do when he saw it, and his ass said he picked it up because. No, I ain't seen that, Candy. I ain't seen it. That is not Shrek.
We haven't got to that part yet, Candy. That's coming up in the next couple of days.
Well, thank you for the spoiler alert. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Cheater.
Are we going to be playing as far as the number?
8.
Okay, all right. Where are we at in the store now?
Just on the left aisle, and then looks like some clothing on the right of the screen.
Has Mr. Dinkins come into view yet?
And 706.
Can somebody tell me why the hell that man got a button for a gallon of bleach?
I don't know why the hell he got a cart. Like he going shopping.
Mama, can you tell me why this man got a cart?
Child.
Somebody call him and ask him.
Because he didn't want to carry 2 bottles of bleach.
Oh, God. What in the hell? Oh, Jesus.
What is Mr. Dinkins doing at this point in time?
He's placing 2 bottles of Clorox bleach into his cart.
Okay. What was the size of those bottles of Clorox bleach?
81 ounces each.
And were those smaller in sizes compared to the bleach that was found in the apartment of Andrea Culberson?
It was the same size.
Okay. And did Miss Culberson ever describe the defendant bringing any bottles of bleach back to the apartment that day?
It was never mentioned in any testimony or any interviews that I had with her.
Okay. All right. Now, is there a view of the transaction when he purchases those items?
There is.
Okay. And then as far as the video feed that we're going to be playing, what number is assigned to that?
12.
Where is the purchase made from?
Self-checkout.
What time are we looking at on our counter right now?
It's approaching 7:08 a.m.
For a written record, what is Mr. Dinkins doing?
He has scanned 1 bottle of bleach, but from the receipt, we can tell that he scans it twice to pay for 2 bottles.
And then how does he pay for it?
With cash.
And is that consistent with what we noted on the receipt itself?
Yes.
And why did he need a bag? He could have just carried them out with the receipt.
Action.
I'm almost at 7:09 a.m.
All right. Detective Obert, we had conducted a review of this footage last night for purposes of playing it. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall what video segment would show the Chevy Impala passing under camera where it would have picked up DL in the vehicle? Today, for some reason, things don't seem to be working out quite right.
You would go back to the DPD file. No, sorry, go back to the DPD parking lot.
Gotcha.
And then it would be there's a still shot of it, but then it should be number 8.
Number 8? Okay, so let's play number 8. And this would be under the file that's denoted DPD parking lot?
Yes, this is it when he first comes and leaves the business.
What is the time on our counter here?
6:54 a.m.
Has he already left the store that first time when he wasn't able to get in?
This is now showing the Impala leaving before he could get in the store.
And as we look at it, does it show?
It shows a passenger. Yeah.
All right. After this, is that where we then observed him coming back into the parking lot that second time that you described?
Yeah, at approximately 6:57 a.m.
Thank you. Did you determine the distance between location there in Clinton where Mr. Dinkins in that maroon Chevy Impala was seen traveling past?
Yes, so two focal points I focused on was the mile marker 124 and Posh Farms on Lincoln Way / Highway 30. And his travel took on the way there 32 minutes. Me driving it personally myself, going the speed limit, it took me 22 minutes and 30 seconds. Google Maps also puts it at roughly 22 minutes.
All right, so we're talking about 10 minutes longer in his trip from mile marker 124 before he's shown up.
Correct.
All right. Go to our whiteboard and write that up there. Just up there in that left corner where we've got a bit of an open space.
The amount of time it took him.
Yeah, going north. Yeah. Now, did you then look at the time when he was traveling west past Posh Farms to the time that he got back to mile marker 124 coming south back? And what was your travel time when you traveled the speed limit?
22 minutes.
Write that down. Go ahead and take your seat. I want to take you back to State's Exhibit 38. Were you involved in the investigation with the recovery of Reasia Terrell's remains?
I was.
Okay, show us on State's Exhibit 38 where her remains were located. Using Highway 61 and the exit going onto Highway 30 into Clinton, how much further north would you travel on Highway 61 to get to the location where her remains were located?
Approximately 5 miles.
5 miles. Go ahead and take your seat. So for a 22-minute trip, how much additional time was there on the trip out?
For the defendant was 10 minutes.
Is that 10 minutes unaccounted for?
Yes.
On the trip back, how much additional time did it take?
15 minutes.
Was that 15 minutes unaccounted for?
That is correct.
Okay. When DL was in of his father having acquired bleach.
Through interviews with other detectives, that's what was disclosed.
All right. Were you involved in a trip that was taken with DL where they went up to the Clinton County area?
I was not involved in that car ride. That was Sergeant Pfeiffer and Detective Hamas.
Okay. Now, were you involved in a car ride with DL on July 10th?
Yes.
Through that car ride, was DL able to show to after they got back into town and Aisha Langford was notified that Briasia was missing?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibits 15-1 and 15-2. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you State's Exhibit 15-1 and 15-2. Do you recognize those exhibits?
I do.
How do you recognize those exhibits?
There were Google Map printouts that I put together, marking those travel times and what I just explained about how long it would take to travel that mile marker 124 to that Posh Farms.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit. Give me a moment, Your Honor. I may need to correct the record. Write this down. We're just gonna okay. Your Honor, may I correct our record to have the exhibits read 153-1 and 153-2?
You may proceed.
Again, let's go back over that. Looking at State's Exhibit 153-1 and 153-2, just to reset the stage, what is that group exhibit?
153-1 is the Google Maps printout of the time it would take to travel from mile marker 124 to Posh Farms.
And then State's Exhibit 153-2.
This would be the same route, but it would include stopping near where Briasia remains were found and then to Posh Farms.
Okay. Your Honor, the state will move to introduce those exhibits. If you factored in a trip to the location where Briasia and Terrell's remains were located on the trip out, would that account for that additional 10 minutes of time?
It could, yes.
Okay. If you were to factor into the equation a trip out to the location of her remains after the Clorox had been purchased, would that account for the additional 15 minutes?
It could.
Okay. Now let's go back to the Davenport Police Department. We're back on July 10th, and we're at the point in time where you are speaking with DL. Is there another detective who is with you when you're having conversations with DL?
Detective Hamas eventually, I spoke with DL briefly by myself, and then I went back in and Detective Hamas began speaking with DL.
Okay. What would have been the substance of the conversation that you and Detective Hamas were having with DL?
About the events that unfolded from when they were with the defendant up until he arrived at the apartment with his mother and the police officer was present.
Okay. Was there a discussion about events up in Walmart or in Clinton?
On that day, no.
Okay. On a later date, was there?
On a later date, there was, yes.
Okay. At any rate, on July 10th then, was there a discussion where DL then talked about what happened when they returned to town?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do to understand what the 8-year-old was communicating?
We had him come with us in a CID vehicle, and we drove down to the southwest portion of Davenport and had him pick out places that looked familiar that he possibly was with when the defendant stopped.
What was the variable that made you choose to go down to the southwest portion of Davenport?
the defendant's motor home being down in that area.
Okay. Describe then your path of travel when you left the Davenport Police Department and who was a part of that trip, if you will.
It was myself, Detective Hamas, and DL. We went on 4th Street and then went towards Division Street and then south on Division Street towards Rockingham. After south towards Rockingham, then we continued west on Rockingham Road, drove past Burger King and went out towards River Drive and then went
King located that you've mentioned.
It's near Schmidt Road and Rockingham Road.
And what is the relationship of the Burger King to the Hy-Vee there on Rockingham Road?
It's roughly a mile east of the Hy-Vee.
Okay, so then describe what locations you were directed to. And as I asked that question, the locations that the child identified, did that form the basis for any canvassing of locations that would have video surveillance cameras affixed to the structures? DL pointed out Credit Island, and we did do video surveillance canvassing of that area and then also of the area where the defendant's motorhome was. Okay. Did the child recognize Schmidt Road when you traveled past it?
Not one way, but then initially a different way. He was able to recognize it.
All right. Did the child describe what occurred when he was down in that area of town with his father after they returned from Clinton?
In regards to the Credit Island, he said he saw his dad parked just after entering Credit Island, and he walked out towards
And then from there, after his father had walked out to a muddy, wooded area to wipe off a knife, where did the child describe the two of them going?
to the motorhome.
Okay. And did the child describe anything happening there at the motorhome?
I can't recollect on exactly what would, besides that they went in there briefly and then left.
All right. Was there anything about that mobile home that then became a point of interest in looking for evidence?
It did.
What was that?
A machete that was located on microwave inside of the RV.
Okay. And what was it about the machete when it was seized through a search warrant that was noted?
There was some.
Okay. Given those two locations, then, was there video surveillance footage that was collected down in that area of town?
There was.
Okay. Describe those locations and the relevance of those locations, either to Credit Island or the RV at 743 Schmidt Road.
There's one video we recovered that shows the entrance of Credit Island at Sarah Lowe's residence, which is 2358 West River Drive. There is Jack's Brake and Alignment. That is 2160 West River Drive. It captures north and southbound traffic on Schmidt Road, right near where you would enter the defendant's motorhome lot. There's also Devon Self-Storage. That is for approximately a block east of Jack's Brake and Alignment. And that different camera views include River Drive and then also points north. And two of the camera angles capture portions of the lot that the defendant's motorhome was parked in.
Okay. And then beyond that, were there two other businesses more toward the northern end of Schmidt Road and on Rockingham?
Yes. The other business that we recovered video from that we thought was of evidentiary value was the Hy-Vee at 3019 Rockingham Road. And then also Purina, which is just north of the lot where the defendant's motorhome is parked. And that camera angle captures both traffic on Schmidt Road and traffic on Rockingham Road.
Okay. Let's go back to State's Exhibit 38 so that we've got a bit of a perspective. As you look at State's Exhibit 38, show us where Credit Island is at. And then I'm just going to adjust your microphone. Stand off to the side if you could, and we'll just move that microphone over here so that you can speak into it. All right. Where is Credit Island?
Right here. It's on the southwest portion of this map.
All right. Where is Credit Island?
Just because of how far it's kind of zoomed out, it's going to be kind of in this area.
Okay.
I thought we had a different one that we could.
Well, different exhibit?
Yes.
All right. But for purposes of this perspective, is there a
West River Drive and is where you gain access to Credit Island.
Okay. Is Sarah Lowe's residence right there on River Drive?
It is.
If you were standing, or if you're sitting there at that drive into Credit Island, but actually facing north, as if you're going to turn either east or west onto River Drive, which side of River Drive is Sarah Lowe's residence located on?
To the west.
No, which side of River Drive? The north or southern portion?
North portion of River Drive.
And then Credit Island is located on which side of River Drive?
South.
And then her residence, is it to the east or the west from that access point, either going into Credit Island or exiting Credit Island?
It's west.
Okay. How many structures down, would you say?
Approximately 4
Okay.
buildings or houses, and then there's also a bait shop.
Okay. What is the location where her camera is affixed on her residence?
It points from the residence to the southeast.
Okay. And then what activity would it pick up relative to Credit Island?
Vehicles entering and exiting Credit Island.
All right. Now, let's talk about Schmidt Road. Schmidt Road, is it to the east or west of that access point onto Credit Island?
East.
If you were at Schmidt and River Drive, what's the distance from Schmidt to that access point onto Credit Island?
Within a minute, I mean, maybe 30 seconds, 45 seconds.
Okay. Let's talk about a track. Did you run track growing up?
Yes.
All right. If you were to think about the single lap around a track, at how many meters or yards would that be?
400 meters.
Okay. And then if you were to compare the distance of, if you were to turn from Schmidt Road, heading west on River Drive to get to that entry point onto Credit Island, what would you estimate it to be?
Approximately that.
Okay. So it's just a short distance?
Yes.
All right. Road from River Drive. Jack's break and alignment. Is it on the east side or the west side of Schmidt Road?
East side of Schmidt Road. It's at the corner.
It's at the corner. The video surveillance camera affixed to that building. Is it action motivated or constant feed?
Constant feed, but it downloads in a different time frame of clips.
The camera at Sarah Lowe's residence, is it action motivated, motion activated? There we go. My goodness, I'm getting tired. Or a constant feed?
Constant feed.
All right. Devon self-storage, what would be its location?
It would be further east of Jack's break and alignment.
Okay. And would it be on the east side or the west side of Schmidt Road?
It would be on the east side of Schmidt Road, but it mostly shares West River Drive.
All right. The parking lot that the RV was parked in, what relationship does it have to Devon self-storage?
From that building.
Okay, northwest. All right. At Devon self-storage, is the video surveillance camera a constant feed or motion activated?
That one is motion activated.
All right. And then if you've turned onto Schmidt Road from River Drive, what direction would you be heading up Schmidt Road?
North.
Okay. Where is Purina located there on Schmidt Road?
At the corner of Schmidt Road and Rockingham.
And then is it on the east side or the west side of Schmidt Road?
East side of Schmidt Road.
And then our high V, what's its location relative to Purina?
Relative to Purina, I would again estimate it to be about a mile west of that location on Rockingham Road.
Okay. And then on Rockingham Road, is it located on the south or north side of Rockingham Road?
It's on the south side of Rockingham Road.
All right. Go ahead and take your seat. Your Honor, would it be a good time to stop since we've laid that foundation before we get into the specific details?
That would be fine with the court. We'll be in adjournment until Monday morning. And is there a request as to what time we start on Monday morning?
9:30 be great.
Any issue with that, Ms. Cunningham?
No, the state understands that counsel has to travel.
We'll be in adjournment until Monday at 9:30 in the morning. Thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you, Your
weekend.
All right.
Okay,
All
and I
right.
think
All right, y'all.
day day 8 is going to continue, I believe, with the gentleman that just was on the stand, and they're going to show more footage. And
Okay.
I forgot who comes on after him, but I know day 9 is when they go over the skeletal remains.
Oh, wow. Okay.
At some point, I would have raised my hand and said, Your Honor, may I stand up before I fall asleep? You think I could stand up back here in the back behind my table here.
But don't y'all see how they're getting everything into play up into their closing remarks?
Yes,
They
it's the timeline.
yeah, they really got everything just laid out.
Of where he went, and they're putting together the missing pieces when he disappeared for 4 hours.
Wow.
You know, the changing of the clothes, you know, where he was located,
Mm-hmm.
you know, why he went to the store, and then the RV.
Yep.
And then the key thing is, thank God that little boy was disobedient and put that battery in the phone and was playing a game to help ping this phone again.
And somebody made a point about the whole password thing. Unless the boy knew his password, he didn't have a password on that phone until he went to that police station.
Well, normally your kids, oh, can I play a game? And you usually give them your code.
Yeah, but remember, he hasn't seen his father.
Yeah, I don't think
ever.
he had.
But they were playing the game the night before, though, on his phone.
Yeah.
Listen. Okay. All right. We'll say he had a code on. I don't think so though. I don't think he had a code on.
You think he just put one on there?
I do.
He might have.
I think he might have stopped by the Boost mobile store and said, "Hey, can you put a pin on this for me?"
Mm.
All right, y'all. We're gonna get out here before the half hours. D-Truth, are you going live tonight?
No, ma'am.
All right. Well, I'll be back at 7, y'all. I'll be back at 7. I gotta do part 2. I've been bombarded with messages about that part 2 on my T channel, so I'm coming back at 7, and I'm going to. I don't have to cook because we're eating leftovers, but I've got some other stuff to do, and I'll be back at 7. And I thank y'all for joining me today. D-Truth, that picture is horrendous. I'm just sorry. Thank you, Fun, as usual. Thank you, D-Truth. Trey is dipped, of course. Ain't telling what he doing. Thank you, Bishop.
I forgot that he was even up here.
Trey, Fun, Berry, D-Truth.
Trey was here. Trey was here.
I thought Trey had dropped off, Lord.
I forgot he was even up here.
Girl, you know how he do. He ain't no telling what Trey be doing. He be listening, but yeah. But anywho, I appreciate y'all so much in supporting this commentary and coming up on the panel. Thank you to the chat. I appreciate y'all as well. Tomorrow we're gonna start day 8, y'all. We're gonna get into that. Yeah.
What time? What time?
In the morning.
Yeah, you better say that.
In the morning, have fun. You think we're gonna get through all of the testimony before they come back with a verdict?
I don't know if we just keep doing what we doing.
I'm gonna try, y'all. I'm really gonna try.
And it's 14 days. But towards the end, they're not long because the closing remarks are not long.
Yeah.
I mean,
thank you, Miss Janice. Thank you, Miss Janice, for supporting the channel. I appreciate you, sweetie.
But I know day 9, you might want to put like a trigger warning for some people. Only because
I need you to remind me at the start of every one of them for real, though, Fun. For real. I need to
it's just only day 9, only because they're gonna show her
they're gonna actually show it?
Yes.
Oh wow. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Remind me of that, girl, because I need to put the trigger warning up. Thank you again, Miss Janice, for supporting the channel. Oh God. Okay.
Hopefully we can get through it.
Thank you, Fun. Thank you. Thank all of y'all. I appreciate you. So we'll see. I'll see y'all at 7. And then we'll see Trey, and then we'll keep up with when D-Truth is going back live. Thank you, D-Truth. Thank you, Trey. All right, y'all. I love y'all. Y'all be
for.
Huh?
I said, what you thanking Trey for?
For, I guess, his presence.
You done made Trey leave.
No.
Talk shit to Trey. He said, fuck her and
left. Oh, damn. He left.
Y'all be safe, be blessed, never stress. Take it too far. Y'all be safe, be blessed, never stress, and I see y'all over.
Boo-hoo, Trey. Boo-hoo.
I see y'all here in the morning. I see y'all on the other channel at 7. Okay, y'all be good. Love y'all.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Says my regular, I'm talking takes my better now. Oh, takes my better now. Oh, way better. Oh, says my regular, I'm talking takes my better now. Oh, Says my regular, I'm talking takes me better now. Oh, takes me better now. Oh, way better. Says my regular, I'm talking takes me better now. Oh, takes me better now. I